Step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Burst a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Jeran said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. With this line, Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on a 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah.
And we're off. Good to be back. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, we're going to start talking about that today a little bit. You know what to do. So let's head on over to Discord, since I muted them, see what they're up to. What's happening, Discord?
Hello.
What's going on?
Just
My
wait.
blood is boiling.
Finish.
Hold up.
So
Well, hold up. Let's have Neil go because he was first.
My blood is boiling.
Your blood's boiling. Oh,
I listened to a couple of minutes of that, and then I stopped because I don't want to cheat.
you listened to a couple minutes of what? Home Depot?
No, what you're going to go over today.
Oh, you watched some of that. I clipped through it I really didn't need to clip through it. I don't want to clip through it. I want to be surprised. But I can only imagine when I see the two doofuses together what's going to happen. So I took a chance, and I'm going to roll with it today. All right, Adam, go ahead. Oh, let me, sorry about that. I'm a little bit too loud. Okay.
I haven't cheated, so I don't have to lie. But I am looking forward to this.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I just said to Neil that it's a bit like when Ranty went off to proclaim a ball. It's going to be interesting for me to see this, see what cookery he's got to be subjected to, you know, and how he deals with Simon. That'll be interesting.
Well, you got two abject they're both retarded, delusional morons. What do you think's going to happen?
No more than a minute in, he's talking about an experiment, this idiot.
Neil.
Sorry.
Neil. Relax. Don't anticipate. Don't tell us what's going to happen. Damn. Hey, Flatsy.
Rude, isn't it?
Hello.
It wasn't rude. He's having a rough go of it today. Hello, Flatsy.
Yeah, we're on the road on the way to the hair appointment. Booger was able to. Booger was on. Had some dry toast this morning, and he hasn't puked since, so we're good.
Well, that's good news. Yeah, they're not on the road again, Adam.
On the road again.
Why are you even on the road?
Never been.
Sorry, Adam. Why are you even on the road? Why don't you just put him on your back and run, Speed Demon?
Neil, chill.
There's a
I know a joke about toast.
Nobody's going to understand this because you guys haven't elaborated on Flatsy's hobby.
Oh, she's the fastest woman on earth. She's the fastest person on earth. And you got to see the people she's beat.
What do you mean by fast? She's a fast woman?
She's a fast runner.
Oh, a runner. I got you now.
I've only been defeated by my husband in a foot race.
Okay.
He said, anytime I want it, I can get it.
Dude, buddy. Yeah. I gave up running. I ran my whole life. I had to give it up. Yep. I miss it. I used to go after the high. I used to get high off it all the time. I knew how to do it because it ran so much. You had to trigger it, and I knew how to trigger it, so.
You baghead.
Whoa. Back up. What did you just say?
I said I'd go
Heroin, Neil. Natural heroin is what he's talking about.
Natural runner's high.
So you triggered the endorphins?
Yeah, I could trigger it. I know what would trigger it. Yeah.
Now, see, that was our dream race. You versus, Flash Gordon over there.
Flash Gordon. Now, I was a sprinter when I was a kid, but the military got me into distance. I didn't like that very much, by the way. It took a long time. Now, I could do it. I just didn't like it. Especially the time that we were doing it. But like I said, I got used to it. Even after I got out of the military for the first, second, and third times, I'd continue to do it on my own. So that's that. So then that I enjoyed it. But
I'm a sprinter.
Yeah,
it took a while though. Yeah, I used to sprint. I run like the wind in high school. Get out of here, man. Just. You ain't got a chance, man. I'd be doing 100 meters in 10:09. That's what I was clocked at. 10:09. That's pretty darn fast. Wonder what my 40 time would have been. Never did a 40 though. I guess we'll never know. Now, my son is a track athlete, and me sitting here, I was 60 years old at the time. He started to get all, started to puff out that chest on me, and see, in my mind, I can still run really fast. But boy, I made a mistake. I was being real cocky with him, right?
Your body can't keep up.
I was being real cocky with him too. I was like, "You're not all that, man." Even though I seen him run, and he's really freaking fast. Even then, I figured if I can get him out the gate, because I was always really good at that, getting out the gate fast. And once you do that, then it's a psychological thing, right? Not only psychological, but a lot of it is psychological. And I was banking on that. and some family members come down to visit us from Pennsylvania, and they all heard about it. So they said, and it was a nice day, so they said, well, why don't we just get to that race? And I said, yeah, I'm up for it. So we went. We figured out 100 yards, and so we went up to the road. It's flat. It's level, and because the earth's flat. And so we distanced it out, and then we went up there and right up by the mailbox, right, by the neighbor's mailbox. That was the starting line. So I started getting in to the stance, right. All the members are down there. They're looking at me like I'm an idiot, right? Because I actually was. But like I said, I was full of myself and had it in my mind if I could get him out the gate. So I'm right in my stance. I'm ready to rock, and they're shooting off the gun. They didn't have a gun, you know what I mean? I think they had a whistle or something. And they're down there, right? And I'm getting ready to go, right? And the whistle goes off. Before I could get out of my stance, that sucker took off. He had 3 steps in front of me.
Yeah, because getting out of the gate ain't the same at 60 QE.
And then it reverse stuffed on me. The psychological thing took effect on me. That was hilarious, man. He blew my doors off so bad. That race was over in the first 2 or 3 seconds. Of course, he ran it the whole way out, right? I stopped like halfway. I said, that son of a...
So what do we got to do to get a flat C versus QE, son?
Oh, and Betty was all over this, right? She kept on, yeah, you think you're all that. You're all that. He's going to smoke your ass. And we recorded it, right? And so, man, I don't know where it is. I should play that. I don't know where I put it.
Oh, you got to find that.
It's a lot of fun, man. But you know, it's just the way it was.
Were you before the race? Were you stretching?
I stretched a little. Yeah, I had to stretch a little bit. Yeah, because my back. I got some back issues from, but I did. I'm not that stupid, Adam.
I didn't mean it like that. I know I'd lose a race getting out of a chair. Never mind out of a running block.
That sounds like me thinking I could out bench press my 2 sons. That didn't work.
Oh, you know what? But I got back at him. So I know I'm continuing on. Don't worry about it. I'll stop eventually. I took one of his, like 6 months ago, I took one of his, he used to squeeze, what are those things called when you build up your forearms and you squeeze them? What are they called? I don't even know what they're called.
We call
forearm squeezers.
Are they forearms? Really? Is that what they're called? Really?
I don't know.
It's called grippers.
Grip masters.
It's got a ring and 2 hands, and you squeeze it behind your, yeah, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. So he had a couple in his room, and I suffered towards the end of last year with really bad tennis elbow. I could hardly even shoot my bow. It was that bad. So I was researching, and a lot of them said that that's one of the potential cures is to go ahead and squeeze on that damn thing, right? So for the past like 4, 5, 6 months, whenever I'm sitting here not doing anything, which is all the time, when I'm not exercising, doing other exercises, I do stationary bike and lift weights lightly these days. But anyway, I grabbed a couple of those off him, and for the past 5 or 6 months or so, I have it sitting right here. Right? It squeaks a lot. Can you hear this? You hear that? Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that, and they're called grippers.
Yeah, it's a gripper, whatever it is. But anyway, when I first started doing, of course, it was real tough, right? These are real heavy for some. I don't know whether they have poundages or anything. I really don't care. But I started doing them and I'd do like 10, 15, you know, get up to 10 to 15. I said, damn, my forearms are weak, you know? And so I kept doing them for like 6 months. Now I'm up to 80. I can do 80 in a row with each hand. And I never thought about it. I was just concerned about squaring away the tennis elbow thing. which has definitely helped that out. But one of the carpenters showed up at my house one day. We were doing some tree cutting and other things, and of course he came up and we shook hands. And usually when I shake hands with people, I like to get a little stiff one. But if you got those carpenters and like bricklayers and stuff, and you try to shake their hand, they'll squeeze. They'll crush you, right? But I wasn't even paying any attention, and then he gave me one of the pretty firm squeeze, so I gave it one back, and I could tell I could overpower him. Right? So I said, this is interesting. And so last week I went in the son's room. I said, you beat me in that race, right? I said, how's your hand strength?
Oh, God.
Hey, Adam, Adam's oh, God. And he goes, he's heard me say, you want a shot at the title before? He goes, you want a shot at the title. But I had previously done like 20 sets on each arm that day. So I said, you know what? I don't think I want to do it today. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. So I had forgotten about it the next day. And then the next day, that was just a couple of days ago now. And I see him, we're out in the kitchen. And I said, and I had a rest day in between. So I said, you want to take a shot at the title now? And so he put out his hand, and as soon as I grabbed his hand, he goes, okay, what are you going to do? And as soon as I grabbed his hand, he was done.
You shook his hand.
He goes, are you squeezing yet? I said, nope. And I could see the look in his eye, right? I said, you're done, dude. Yeah, he was done all right. And the excuse that he had was that my hands are bigger than his. And so I let him get out of incoherent jail-free card with that. I salved his soul with my hands a little bit bigger. That's why.
Let me ask, if he had beaten you in that, would you have gotten really, really good at pinky finger wrestling? You beat him at that.
Got to beat him in something.
Touche, Brian. Touche, you son of a bitch. No. By the way, no. But my son, he lifts weights twice a day. He's addicted the same way I was back in the day. So he's pretty. But that handshake, Adam. I mean, you have to you can lift weights all day long, do forearm exercises. There's nothing like squeezing this friggin' thing every day.
I often find that when you do have a handshake, there are some people that really want to just go and try to crush your hand.
Yes, there are. Yes.
Yeah, I don't like those people. Just give me a firm handshake. You don't got to break my fingers.
When they start that, give them a Masonic tickle.
What the hell is what's that?
You
squeeze it back. You know when you go, oh, you're gonna fucking crush my hand. What are you doing it like that for? It's just a handshake, and you feel it. Give him a little tickle with move your middle finger in. Just give him a little tickle. Takes him out. Because I can't. I'm not going to win. I've not got hand crushers. You know what I mean? I don't need that macho bullshit.
Yeah.
Give it a little tickle.
I got you now.
On the
That's
wrist.
pretty funny.
The only thing I was going to say, number one, did it fix the tennis elbow?
Yes.
Number two, are you ready in the coming weeks for your son, Harry? Considering he's your son, what's he going to do? He's going to go away. He's going to train his wrists. He's going to work on that gripper to come back and smash his dad, surely.
I don't know. I doubt that he'll want to do that. Yeah. But I'm not stopping. Like today, after we're done here today, this whole evening is friggin' is hand crushers.
Yeah. You see, that's the little bit of disturbing bit, thinking that over the past few weeks, whilst we've been innocently talking, you've been squeezing yourself.
Yes. Yeah. Especially when you and Brian start talking, I just pick it up and then just start going moot and just squeeze the dickens out of this thing.
Yeah, but no matter how much you squeeze, there's a number, and your number is 60, whatever, and his is however old he is, and that number always rules.
Yeah, I got you, Neil. I understand that. I got it. But in this particular instance, there's something I can do about it, right? Not with anything. Not with anything else. He'll smoke my drawers. Basketball, anything. It's gonna be bad.
Oh, speaking of basketball, we got the Knicks tonight.
Oh, joy. What's the series? Where's that?
Okay, Indiana's up 2-1. We won the game the other night
Oh,
after
you did?
being down by 20. Sunday we won. So
After
today
being down by 20.
we were down by 20 and we came back. So today's game 4.
Like I was telling, I'm not a big basketball guy. I don't watch NBA. Now, back when I was younger, of course, Michael, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. I loved that back then, right? So I sort of got away from that, and I don't watch too much basketball. And my wife, she started watching basketball for some reason. I had no idea why. But anyway, I'm out there in the kitchen doing something, and she's got the basketball game on. Was it the first game? I don't know. You'll know what game I'm talking about. You just shut up. You'll know what game I'm talking about. So she's watching this game, and it's pretty exciting. It's coming down to the wire. There's like 1 or 2 minutes left, and Indiana went on this big run. Right? This guy's shooting 3-pointers. Had 2 points during the rest of the game, but shot like 7 straight 3-pointers. And I'm sitting there laughing, right? And so I sat down, we were watching the end of the game. And I go, hey, they just going to throw it in. There's like 3 or 4 seconds left. And they're down by 3. Or they're down by 2. Right? Indiana. And I said, what? They better guard that. What was his name? Newsom or something like that?
Halliburton.
Who?
Tyrese Halliburton hit that shot.
There was the other guy that hit all those threes.
The other guy that hit the threes to get them up to that where they were down by 2 was Newsom.
That's it. That's the one. I said, watch this, honey. They're going to try to, you go to the hot hand, they're going to try to get this guy the ball, and he's going to sink this 3 and win the game. And we're sitting there watching. We're on the edge of our seat. I'm sitting there, I can't wait. But they didn't throw it to him. They threw it to that Halliburton guy, like you said. And he gets the ball, he backs up, he thinks he's beyond the 3-point line, but his toes touching, and he throws this thing up. Now, you can tell by the trajectory of the ball, almost like watching free throws from the side, you can tell that he's got the distance and he's got the nice arc on the ball. It's looking good, it's coming down, and all of a sudden, it hits the back of the rim and goes straight up in the air. As soon as that happened, because I've done that so many times when I was younger, right? I know where that ball's going. When it pops straight up, it's coming right back down through I grabbed my wife's arm. I said, they're going to win this game. And it come down right through that hoop. I said, ah! And we were freaking screaming. And then they showed he was on a 2-point line. So they just tied the game, right? That's what happened, right?
You had to say that, and I had to relive that all over again.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, they lost. The Knicks lost in the end anyway. But I sat there for that. I didn't watch the rest of the game because I was laughing my ass off. Oh, that one play.
And I was crying.
Too funny, man.
But you're right. You did know where that ball was going.
Hell yeah.
Adam, it went up about 15 feet straight up in the air. And I said, oh, my God, it's coming right back down.
Yeah.
Sure enough, splash.
Yeah. I experienced that many a day on the basketball court. And you know what? Freaking basketball. I played basketball, tennis, baseball, football, all the years of my younger years. I had never had more injuries in any sport than freaking basketball. That damn sport, I still got frigging wounds.
Yeah, it is, because you're going up and down, turning your feet this way, that. It's a lot of movement.
My ankles are toast. They were toast my whole friggin' adult life because of basketball. My fingers, they've been splinted so many times. They're all deformed and shit from basketball. I can't. My pinky still doesn't act right. But anyway. Boy, that's a good kickoff to the show.
Yeah, since we're going to be talking about balls.
I haven't even looked out there. Do we have anyone listening? Oh yeah, there's people in here. Shit. Sorry about that, guys. I just got off on a tangent, right? That it happens sometimes. I just roll with it. So what's up, everyone out there? Angela, baby Carson, going at it. What's up, Baba U? She's Baba U's. She got a yawning emoji. That's classic. Thanks for that, by the way. Tony's back. What's up, Tony? I haven't seen you in a coon's age. Oh, you got it. Yeah. Cool. So we'll get on with it here in a couple minutes. Anything else going on? There's going to be something else going on here coming up. I'm not going to tell you what's happening now, but my spidey sense is going off, and there could be some happenings coming up here shortly. I'm not talking about the book either. So we got some shenanigans going on. I'm going to fucking put a stop to it. You can bet your ass on that. So,
Holy shit.
What?
Have you formally called that? Have you formally called Shenanigans?
Shenanigans. You know, tomfoolery.
Shenanigans? I like it when shenanigans... People get into action when they know there's shenanigans.
Yes, they do.
But the shenanigans have been going on for a lot longer.
Well, they could have been.
You don't have to know the shenanigans, Neil. Just know that there are shenanigans afoot. You should be aware of shenanigans.
Dude, buddy. I like that word, shenanigans. It's a good word. Is that Irish?
It's an English word.
Is
English. It's bound to be English.
Notice Brian hadn't said anything, so must be English.
That's why I said it. I said, there we go. No, he's gone.
I don't know what it sounds Irish. So maybe Adam is just lying.
It does sound Irish. You know what else sounds? Do you know what else sounds Irish? Your mic.
Oh boy.
Plenty less.
Jesus, that's bad, dude. Come on, it's 2025, man.
Give me
Not
that's
as
just where I am.
Shut up, Neil. We can't hear him to begin with.
Yeah, I'd be better in a few minutes. It should be.
Oh, okay.
Give me a few minutes.
All right, Adam. What else we gonna do?
I've asked my lady. Shenanigans. Explain the word origin.
And?
Well, this is interesting. So you would have gone with Irish. I was only joking. Etymology and origin. First known use. The word shenanigan, often pluralized as shenanigans. That's how we all know it. First appeared in written English in the mid-19th century, specifically around 1855 in American English.
Really?
It was initially associated. Yeah. So, I mean, Irish immigrants in the US during the 19th century likely brought it. Yeah, blame the Irish.
I figured. It's got an Irish twang to it, Adam.
I know it is. It's only ever known it as Irish.
Yeah.
Here we go, Brian. The most widely accepted theory links shenanigans to the Irish Gaelic phrase Sean a Jugahim, which roughly translates to I play the fox or I act cunningly.
Nice.
Hold on a second, man. Tony, that is frigging hilarious. Listen to what Tony has to say. My mate said today, I've lost some weight. Tony said, you had a shower then, you filthy animal? That's friggin' perfect, dude. That's something I would say. That's pretty good, man. Too funny. We got a bunch of comedians out there. Yeah. All right. Okay, is that it?
I hope so, because my blood is boiling. I want to get into this.
Your blood's still boiling? It shouldn't boil over this. They're two retards, man. Don't let your blood boil over retards.
These are the best bits of the show, Neil. At what point, like today, I've got to go on here. You're going to look up the word shenanigans and realise that, yeah.
But you're not. You're not going to look up the word shenanigans. It's not going to happen. It only happens here. Oh, speaking of which, before we get into this, just want to let you, I haven't had a show for a little while because the boss has been slightly unhappy with the support on this show. I just want you to know that, guys. It's been kind of waning. I know it's that time of year. I got you. I'm just letting you know. So there could be some big changes coming up. I'll just leave it at that. How about that? Is that good? We all good with that?
Everybody's got to ante up.
Well, everyone knows that I when I came out, this hasn't been about money. There ain't any money in this anyway, but it's never been about that. However, when the boss speaks, she's like E.F. Hutton. When E.F. Hutton speaks, people friggin' listen. So that's all I got to say about that. You guys get the message.
I got
Sterling would never call me the boss.
Why not? Aren't you the boss?
I don't know.
No.
Why?
Yeah, but how long have you and Sterling been together?
Yeah, we've been together about 9 years.
Yeah, it's not enough to prove that you're the boss yet.
You know why?
How many arguments have you had?
Oh, countless.
Countless. Yeah.
Has he won any?
Has he won any?
Yeah. Yeah. Have you won any? I mean, he's stubborn and I'm stubborn, but I will concede first. Like, I'll get over it faster.
Is that it? That's all. Yeah, you just have. I'll tell you what. When you beat him in a race, eventually, yeah, that's when you'll be the boss.
He said that'd be a long time.
All right.
Train for the handshake, Flatsy. Just start training for the handshake.
Oh,
now.
you could do that.
No, thank you. My hand is way smaller than his.
It doesn't matter how big your hand is. If you got the
crushing power.
If you got the crunching power, like that's correct.
He's a man, and I'm a 5 foot tall female.
Oh, excuses. Stop it.
You don't make excuses for them speedy legs you got.
After 9 years, you got him.
I told you that Sterling is the only one that's ever beat me in a foot race. That you know.
We can all beat you in this room.
No, I doubt that.
Yeah, not with my knees.
How far you got? How far is the? Hold on, refracted curvature. I heard you. Yeah, I'll let you in here in a second. How far? How far? What's the distance that you're running?
Who, me or Adam?
Not. Yeah, Adam. What's the distance you're running, dude?
About to the bathroom and back.
To the bathroom.
I'm a sprinter. I don't run long distances.
Okay, so what's the distance?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? How do you know who won?
You sound like David Weiss, woman. What is wrong with you?
We didn't measure it.
We didn't measure it. We just, you point out a spot that you're going to race to.
Okay.
Whoever makes it there first gets there
All right.
first.
That's fair. But it's not like 10 yards or something. It's not like something really short. It's a little bit longer than that, right?
No, it's longer than that, yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
12.
What?
12.
All right. Let's get on with it. Unless anyone has anything else they want to bring up, I'll take it back.
I was just going to say hello.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about you, John. Sorry about that.
We're walking into the barbershop now, so Booger's saying he doesn't feel so great, so I'm gonna have to attend to him.
Oh, okay. I wonder
I'd
if
like
it's
to
one of
welcome
those
John.
old-timey barber shops, with the barber's pole and stuff, like they got on the South Pole.
Don't they all have that?
The old time, not to the barber shop. Well, I don't really go to a barber shop, so. Where do I go? Great Clips. That's where I go. It's real easy. They just shave it all off.
My favorite barber shop.
Go ahead, Brian.
I go into the garden.
Shut up, Adam. Go ahead, Brian.
My favorite shop of all time was this Sicilian man and his son used to have this place in Bondi Junction in Australia. It was called the Hairport.
Hairport. That's
Nice.
good. Yeah.
It was the best barber ever. It's like he hardly touched you and you end up with the greatest haircut of all time. I always looked awesome after I came out of it.
But yeah, that's really clever.
Yeah.
Before, sorry, Adam. Go ahead, Adam. Go ahead and finish up what you're saying. I got one thing to say about this.
No, it's just being fun. I've not had a haircut or been to a barber's since COVID started.
Really? How long's your hair, you hippie?
But every so often apparently these things called split ends occur. As my wife puts it, as the boss tells me. So eventually she'll pull it all together and then cut the ends off. I'll allow 2 or 3 cuts at the hair. But she's no Delilah, so it's still going strong.
I see. I got you. Yeah, those split ends. They got shampoo for that, but you don't have proper hygiene practices, do you?
I don't use any form of detergent on my body, so I've not washed my hair in shampoo or anything other than just water and using a dust comb since COVID started. And my hair's this is why it's lovely.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you understand that? Do you actually say that one more time, Adam?
I can't.
I wash my hair every single day in just water, and I comb it through in the water. Yeah, but I'd never used any detergent on it.
No shampoo, no nothing. What about underarm deodorant?
No, sir. I have these things called fingernails, and every morning I give under my arms a real good scrub with my fingernails, wash all the smell off. Yeah, and then if I'm starting to sweat, like in the 3 or 4 days where Britain's warm, I'll spray a bit of deodorant or cologne on my shirt, not under into my area.
You're nasty boy.
I don't use any of that. I wash my hair, but I don't use any of that deodorant.
Well, that ends us ever getting together as a group.
Yes, it does. I told you, man. Guys.
You need a big T-shirt. What's what you need is big. I like loose clothing. You need a big T-shirt with lots of air underneath the arms for evaporation.
Listen to me. If I do not put deodorant on, I stink.
Hey,
You stink anyway.
You stink anyways. Bible, you said, and I thought the basketball talk was bad.
She's making funnies today, boy.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Who's gonna have the healthier lymph glands?
Yeah, that's true. You're right. I'd have to admit.
You just keep dumping aluminium and other metals on top of your skin.
It says aluminum free on my deodorant.
Oh, that's
bottle
good
there.
then. It's only the other synthetic chemicals that you dump in there. Then.
All right,
carry on.
Let me go get them. I'll go get them and read them off. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Mine's all natural.
All natural what? That you stick.
Hold on, Adam. I will say one thing.
No. This is right. So this is the point, right? What's natural is that when you get hot, you sweat under your armpits. Now, there's this strange thing in society where it's suddenly become weird. Now, I go and play basketball, for example, and I have to put the deodorant on so that my underarms aren't sweaty. Now, the rest of me, my chest, my head, my back, my balls, are all dripping like wano, aren't they? But my underarms, they're not perspiring. The actual primary place people have been programmed to stop their bodily functions, their natural way of working there. Why? Why?
Because, Adam, the other parts of your body don't stink as much as your underarms do. Now, we'll give you credit for one thing. My son hasn't washed his hair. He does what you do, and he don't smell.
Pause. So you stop a natural process because of vanity, because of what other people might think.
I don't want to stink my... Listen.
Because of what other people might think.
No, hold on, Adam. I spent 60 days in solitary confinement, and during that time, they did not give you no soap. I was freaking killing myself.
Yeah, and right, if anybody sniff your balls, they'd stink too. But do you put deodorant there?
I'm sorry to interrupt. This actually reminds me of a joke. Is it okay if I tell it?
Go ahead.
So it's a Swedish man in Sweden walking into a chemist. He says to the chemist, "Excuse me, I'd like some deodorant." And the chemist replies, "Aerosol or ball?" "Neither, it's for my armpits."
Oh my God! Oh, Nathan, thanks for that. By the way, Adam,
He's gone.
he's gone already. Yeah, Adam, I got my deodorant. It's not good.
I told you.
Let me just tell you, aluminum.
I bet you, just before you go on, I bet you got less birthday cards than there are ingredients.
There's only, yep. It's one big one, Adam. This is hard to read. Aluminum, zirconium, tetrahyd. I can't. I'm gonna guess at it because I can't read it. Tetrahydrodex glycerol or glyceride. Yeah, that's
Natural. I'm a natural guy.
Natural.
It's so natural to put it there to stop your body functioning in a specific place. No! No! The biggest organ in my body will not function correctly in this area. That's what I'll tell it every day.
So what you're saying, Adam, is that aluminum, zirconium, that's not a good thing?
Does it sound good?
No.
Mine is aluminium free.
So you're saying to get aluminium free stuff. Is that your advice?
No, I'd say wash every day, right? And if you have a particular pungency issue, yeah, then put deodorizers and perfumes on the outside. Don't spray it onto the areas where you get epidermal absorption straight direct into really important body areas.
Yeah, that's your lymph. Are you saying that that's going to absorb into the lymph glands underneath your armpits?
Well, I don't know. If you stick aluminium there every single day, what do you think will happen?
Okay.
This is all that woke age crap.
There's another thing about this too, because if you don't put anything there, they tend to not. It's not sweaty and smelly and stuff. But the other thing that drives me absolutely crazy is your arms don't swing naturally. It's like there's too much friction there. What do you do for that?
No, you see, no, my arms work perfectly well. I remember once I shaved the armpits out, and now that was weird. Like how women have no hair under there. Now that's friction. You're like, oh, and it sticks. Yeah? That's why it's there. It's to the hairs to lubricate the joint. A little bit of sweat helps it move. Yeah, a little bit of elbow grease or armpit grease. No, isn't it really?
But if you get a shower and you wash real good, and you don't put any of my aluminum, zirconium, tetrahydrochloridex, if you don't do that, then you can't. It's uncomfortable.
My armpit is not. I'm sniffing it now. I can't smell. There's nothing bad there.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the frick my arm stick. It's uncomfortable.
That's probably because all the hair
Never happens to me.
tagged in shit, and you're so used to that sensation. Yeah, you just gotta grin and bear it for a month, and
No.
you realise.
All right.
Yeah?
All right. Well, maybe I learned something here. You never know. But I like this. It'd be hard to give this up, Adam.
Just walk with your shoulders.
Nose.
Just walk with your shoulders.
What'd you say? What did you say, Brian?
Just walk with your shoulders. Never mind using the arms.
Oh, jeez. Oh, it has the main ingredient on the outside. It's better reading. Tetrachlorohydrodex glycine. Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, mine has that too. But I use my wife's deodorant.
So Adam, if I wanted to use deodorant, like deodorant like normal human beings do, what should I look for?
That's the first distinction. An antiperspirant, something that's actually going to stop things working as they should do, is one thing. A deodorant is something else, isn't it? It's just eau de cologne in a aerosol form.
So get away.
So if that's right,
it's not aerosol. I'm using this as a stick, Adam.
Oh, put your shirt on. Right? Because if it's just to deodorize, put your shirt on and rub your stick in the armpit when you've got your shirt on. Or just lightly spray. I don't get why you would put it there. Yeah. Other than you've been trained to.
Not trained. It's like you just do it.
Yeah. From when? From the 70s or 80s?
70s.
Yeah. But prior to that, humanity. When did it ever go? Look, I mean, you're on screen right now. It says the treatment, and you're pulling that bow. Look at the armpit sweat on that image.
There's none.
It clearly doesn't freaking work, whatever you're using.
No, that's not. Is that sweat?
I don't know. It's a different bloody colour.
It's not made to stop the sweat. It's made to stop the stink.
I never looked. Never looked. So you're right. Is it working there, cutie? Now, I guess we could talk about. We're losing viewers. I guess we could talk about this later. It's very interesting discussion, though. I don't see why this is not interesting to everyone. We're gonna get to the video. Just friggin' relax.
We've had this discussion before, though.
No, we haven't.
They shop every day and shower once a week, and we do the opposite here. And it smells a lot better here.
Don't steal my stuff. I came up with that.
Neil, you know the female deodorants are designed to attract men, just so you know.
It makes me smell pretty.
Just in case you're getting any smiles from random guys out there.
That kind of makes sense, because when I would be working with this crew, Forever Carpets, the son Jonathan would always say, "Neil, you always smell so good. I don't know what it is." That's my wife's deodorant.
Is there a bunch of guys coming up to you asking you out and stuff? Oh my goodness gracious. You never know where this is going to go with us, man.
Can you imagine walking up to Neil and going, "You smell so good"?
I know him many years since he's a kid. He's like, "You smell like berries. I don't know what it is. Is it your softener you use?" I'm like, "No, it's actually my wife's deodorant."
Hilarious, man. All right. So we got to get down to business. That was a lot of fun. Where's the business at? What did I do with it? There it is. Oh, I got to share this monkey. I forgot. All right, 1 second.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Wrong one. There she is.
Before you do start on that, because you didn't share the intro, Flatsy, did you guess correct on what the intro was going to be?
Oh, she had to step away. She was taking care of Booger.
She went into the barber shop, so she can't get involved.
All right.
I think.
All right, let's see what we got here. We have interviewing the biggest flat earther that's ever quit flat earth. Well, number one, your problem is he was never a flat earther. Big? I don't think so.
He's tall.
Piss poor flat earther. Yeah, that's more like it. They quit it. Oh, brother. Okay, these are two rocket surgeons that one's going to interview the other rocket surgeon. Oh, you just don't know where this is going to go. Except
it's
Neil.
An interesting phrase, that. Quit flat Earth, isn't it?
Huh.
Yeah.
It is an interesting.
Yeah, mate. It's not the Moonies. It's not the Mormons. Yeah, it's not a cult. It's just a realization. Yeah. The facts. What you do with it afterwards is up to you. You don't have to be like us and spend your time preaching it, pointing it out to people. But to go back and deny the truths that you've unveiled over years, that's what's interesting with these people.
And then to buddy next to them, become their buddies.
Huh. Interesting catch right there. I didn't really go into the title like that, but yeah, that is kind of strange.
If you quit it, does it stop it being flat? No.
Oh, shout out to Betty too. You guys aren't going to see this, but you've seen. If you notice, the thumbnail changed a bit from the usual. The rocks causing waterfall with Hanoi Jeran. Guess who else is sprouting up? So shout out to Betty. She hooked me up with that. I thought it was outstanding, especially for today's renderings. So shout out to Betty. All right, you guys ready? Let's see where we're at. We're not at mute. If it sounds bad, I got to give a radio check to. No, they can hear it. They'll pitch a fit if they don't hear it. So, okay, you ready? Here we go. Wow, that looks like the flat Earth right there. Friggin' bozo right off the bat. Right?
I mean, I'll start with a straw man graphic.
Yeah. That's what he did. But he's a moron, man. Uh-oh, boy, that's real.
Hello, everyone. Welcome along to another Saturday session. Thank you for joining me now.
Saturday session.
What's wrong with this guy?
He's a glue sniffer. Look at him.
Both of those depictions they showed were of a plane. There's a coin turning.
Well,
where was the sphere at?
Well, thanks for that, John. I forgot what I was gonna say.
I've got a special guest today. His name is Jeran. He used to be.
No, you got a special needs guest today. You also follow up in that category.
A flat earther, probably, arguably, the largest flat earther ever to quit flat earth.
The largest flat earther ever to quit. What do you mean largest? Ted's the largest? What do you mean?
He has got a big head as well, actually.
Got a big head. Look at the.
I don't mean that in a rude way. He is a really big guy.
Oh,
like
really?
All wise.
Yeah, he's really tall.
Oh,
and really thick set.
I love that.
That's what he must mean by biggest.
I'm sorry, I was all over you. Go ahead, start over.
No, that's it. I assume that's what he means by biggest flat earther.
I didn't hear anything he said. I was walking all over you.
I'm not doing it again. Press play.
Earth. He did so because of the experiment Antarctica. We talk more.
There wasn't an experiment in Antarctica. You just sacrificed your science acumen. Shocking. Again, for it's in the high thousands. There wasn't an experiment. It's affirmative, consequent, formological fallacy on both sides. You're an idiot. This dude at 220 subscribers. I remember I was in 24/7. The actual 24/7, by the way. Flat Earth Discord when somebody snatched me up and said, "Hey, have you heard of this guy, Sci-Fi or Sci-Man Dan?" And I said, "No." He goes, "Let's go on over there." So we went on over there, and we were watching your dumbass video. It was really stupid. And then I remember putting a question to you in your comments. And I put the question, "Can you please define what a scientific hypothesis is?" And so we sat there for a good 25 minutes laughing at your dumb ass, watching your stupid video, and then refreshed it, and you had deleted the whole thread. That's who you're dealing with. That's who you're dealing with at 220 subscribers. This dumbass cracker. But I digress.
He's not improved though, has he?
He hasn't.
No, because look there. Going to look at the sun in a different geographic position is now an experiment.
Yeah.
Not recognized.
Yeah. He hasn't learned anything. He's a dumbass cracker.
Out in the more about that in a bit. But thank you, Jeran, for joining us. How are you doing?
Doing fantastic. Thank you. Happy to be here.
No, I'm really pleased actually, because it's been a while since the trip to Antarctica, which we will talk about in a bit. But I want to talk first a bit more about sort of your flat Earth experience. Now, you were part of a team called the BALLBUSTers, who are
BALLBUSTers, yeah, they're defunct and debunked. We exposed them. We exposed them idiots years ago, dude. Years ago. Only your skank and foul conspiracy theorists would frequent these morons, by the way. But your audience is absolutely good. They're dumber than you are.
A pretty big team in the flat Earth world.
Pretty rare. You thought they were a pretty big team. What was the team? BALLBUSTers Bob, Jeran. When they first started out, who else was Becker?
Jeran Lazucci.
No.
It was very scientific.
No. Aero, Landucci, Brazil, or Bogota, idiot. I'm talking about when they first came out. Adam, you remember who was on there?
It was Morgile, Bob, and Jeran, I think.
Originally?
Yeah, it was Bob and Jeran, and I think Morgile was more frequent then, in the early bits. And then, as Neil says, Eru.
Yeah, but that was late. That was later. That was much later.
Yeah. But I always remember, that's where I remember seeing the Morgile a lot early on.
Okay.
You know?
I didn't watch them all that much. I stopped watching them in 2017. Not that I watched them too much when I first come out of here, because I kind of, my spidey sense was off. And almost immediately when I went on Robert Pisano's show, and Bob decided to show up there one day, and yeah, that's when the spidey sense went off.
Look, we all had our interaction with the Horizon, and I suppose it's helpful for the narrative that Simon Dan wants to portray, that they're the biggest. Biggest is not always the best. Okay. For example, I'd happily concede probably they were the biggest actually known name.
Known show. Yeah, probably the biggest show.
Yeah. And that's lovely for your ego or their ego or anybody. Yeah, sure. But it's kind of irrelevant. What's happened over the 10 years those are the guys that, first of all, before, and Jeran tried to support Nathan on this, were attacked for suggesting that science proves things and defining what an experiment is. This is the legacy they leave outside of their larger than our viewing figures. But these are the guys that then, and then Jeran followed suit by saying, yeah, science doesn't prove things. That, putting rocks in water.
Rocks cause water balls.
Oh, wait till you hear this.
But this is the point. That's the legacy they leave. A legacy of great work early on, but fundamentally descending into retardia and lowering, particularly with ether, lowering yourself to ask people to accept the standards or lack of standards that you previously attacked when you were trying to support a ball.
Adam.
And when you're trying to support ether, you'll ask for those same standards to be lowered.
Adam, Ether came long after. I'm
on about the legacy they leave. I'm on about this bit, bigging up that they're the biggest flat earthers. Well, at some point they may well have been. They ain't now, and they never ever will be. And the legacy they leave, outside of the momentary viewing figures, is one of disdain in most people's mouths.
Adam, I had more demonstrable flat earth proofs in the first week I was here than they collectively had for as long as they were on YouTube. Dude.
Different criterion, yeah. I was on about what's being painted here.
No, literally, in the first week, I had more. Literally, that's not an exaggeration. So, what are we talking here? Like superficial friggin' fucksticks?
Oh,
yes.
Popular.
You're talking about the guys that when we presented the Black Swan, and I was part of it, they fundamentally rejected and wanted nothing to do with it. But dragging an old knackered optical gyroscope up and down a mountain and telling you the results mean this, they were happy with stuff like that. That's their legacy, sadly. Yeah. And I'm not attacking them, but that is their legacy. So whatever you're going to portray Simon Dan, Jeran as, he isn't a flat earther fundamentally.
Never was.
Somebody. No, yeah. Along the journey, maybe people accepted that title, but with hindsight now, no, you never were.
No, in hindsight with me, I was all over them, especially this goober right here. I was all over him. This clown. Hanoi. Yeah, I had your number.
What did that flat earth community mean to you then?
Flat earth community? What the hell's that?
In it.
I mean, it was definitely like a family. You get to know some of these people and you see them as good people. So you kind of feel like it's a team thing. They're on your team. They're your side.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it meant a lot at the time.
Yeah. And I mean, like, there definitely was a good rapport between like you and Bob and who's Taboo? What's his name?
Ben
wasn't there in the beginning. He sucked up every now and again and popped on the show, but he wasn't there. Ben wasn't there. Was he? I don't remember him being there at the beginning.
Yeah, I find it funny that they don't even mention Morgile.
Yeah, it was Morgile. What Ben? That was years later.
And yeah, there was a really good.
Yeah. What? Who knows?
Rapport between the three of you, and you seem to get on really well.
There's a good rapport between you and Bob and Ben, and he said, "Yeah." I'm assuming from the context you're talking about the beginning, and he agreed. How much glue do you sniff? True or false? Hanoi, you're a dumbass, dude. You're not even aware of your surroundings. I'm surprised you can hold your head up on your own. Fucking clown.
Yeah, we also had Iru Landucci.
You didn't have Iru in the beginning? What the fuck?
That's it. True. Yeah.
So, yeah, it was a good group, and we just
no.
together and discussing.
Iru was there early on.
Not in the beginning. No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Does it matter?
No. No, it doesn't.
More important than anything else, Brian.
Some guys were there. Those guys were wrong. End of story.
Yeah, fair enough.
He was there because I couldn't stand it. I couldn't understand him.
He what? All right.
Current topic of the week was, or letting Bob present some piece of science.
Bob present some piece of science. What was that?
It's a piece of science.
Just a piece of science, Bob didn't. But just like you, Bob wouldn't have known what science was if it climbed up his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. He never presented any science. He didn't know what it was. Even if he did think he knew what it was, he still didn't present anything on it. Go ahead, Adam.
No, this is where the line was drawn, wasn't it, in the community? because this was our first biggest risk. Nathan took it, yeah? After spending time, pointing out what the scientific method was, it was very frustrating, as I said earlier, for people to drop their standards, abandon this method of proof, just to support an ether.
This is all happening. You're out of time context. That happened. Nathan, didn't Nathan challenge him in 2018?
Yeah, but that was what Bob was saying, that it wasn't the Earth, it was the ether drift. Adam is right.
He did not. They were not coming out with the ether in the beginning.
No, they were coming out with...
Yeah, not in the beginning, they were. Not until 2018.
Sorry, Brian. Go on, Brian.
Go on, Brian. Finish up.
No, the ether didn't turn up as being something until the documentary came out on Netflix, which was 2018.
Well, when did Nathan compromise him? When was that?
After that, same year. After that.
Yeah, like I said, 2018. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adam, go.
Sorry.
No, I think we're about there. There's no need as to pretend that Bob did science. He didn't. Like I say, you can look back. No, the early Globebusters were fantastic to the community. Yeah.
Well, when NASA photos.
Exactly. Yes, but that's all that we had back then. I was starting from zero back then. I don't decry that. Okay.
Fair enough.
What I say is look, with the hindsight, it turned to shit over there, to the point that initially it was when the other part of the community that had things that would destroy the ball were then derided and ridiculed for suggesting science proves things. Yeah. That escalated. It was very telling. One turned, then the other turned. Now, finally, one's died, and the other one's now back on the ball. That's what history tells you. And it shouldn't be painted that they were pimping science over at Globebusters.
All they did
was a lot of great work, but there was very little science ever over there.
When I left those idiots, they had gone on for about a year with NASA photos, and then I just completely stopped watching the morons because they bored the shit out of me with their idiocy. Right? I left them there.
Yeah, well,
you see, I don't think that's fair.
No, I'm telling you, it's not that it's fair or not fair. I'm telling you what happened in my eyes.
Yeah.
I would support Adam a little bit here, because from 2015 to about 2017 or more, there was information coming out on Globebusters, especially for the first 2 years, let's say 2015 to 2017. That was good because nobody knew what was going on. This was all a brand new thing, so people were trying to find out where was the best places to look to show that what we were saying was true, blah, blah, blah. Now, I'll be honest with you. I had issues with Jeran Campanella, David Weiss, and Bob Nodell from early 2016, right? But there was some information that was coming out on the show that I could somehow garner, but in fairness, I was more attracted to what Nathan was doing. Now, it was from 2018 on that that was the real, like when Bob came up in that documentary and said what he said, and made the claims he made. That was the beginning of the end for them. But they needed to build up a base to begin with, and they did do that. So what Adam's saying is, I can understand why people were attracted to him in the very early years. But after 2018, no one should have had anything to do with him. But they did.
Fair enough.
So it was, we got along great. And the audience was good, while it lasted.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, I've got to admit, back when I first started, you guys were definitely the most professional outfit.
What do you mean professional outfit? And when you got started, had to be somewhere. Sci-Fi Scam, was he out here in 28, maybe towards the end of 2018, 2019? I don't know. I can't. But he wasn't out here.
So my man.
Yeah.
He was here in 2016, I think. That's when
he wasn't here in 2016.
Maybe 2017 then. Maybe 2017.
No. He had just come out. No, he had just come out, and that
you
was
can find out of his videos.
I'm not looking back.
You can go into his videos and see where was the oldest.
Yeah.
Get ready for the insult.
You might say it.
Out of everyone doing things, I think. And it did.
Out of everyone doing things. That's why we love you. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail.
He's only claiming that they were the most professional as a way of basically giving us the two fingers or the middle finger.
Not us.
Like
no, not us. There was a lot of people doing high quality videos back then.
Oh no! Get ready for the insult.
Shut up!
It did come across, even though obviously we were trying to sort of explain that you guys were wrong, it did come across that you all wanted to try and find out what was going on. You know, a lot of the, you know, it's not like Nathan's team.
It's not like Nathan's team. What do you want, Brian? Now I got to go back. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, because I was trying to say this a second ago. Sorry, Adam. 1 second. He's trying to. This whole thing is about how the Globebusters were the best, and we weren't even talking about. He's going to talk about us now, and that we weren't professional like the Globebusters were professional, and that it's all over now. So in other words, no one's going to pay attention to Nathan and Flat Earth debate if they just listen to this. That's the whole thing. He's trying to, in his head, it's over. Yeah, for you guys, we've ended it. We've won outright. There is no coming back. We have measurement.
All right. Have you watched this?
No, I just know.
Hold up, John. So you're saying you hadn't watched this?
I don't need to. I know what's happening.
Oh, so Brian, the mind readers again.
Absolutely, and I'll be proven right again.
All right, again.
Right.
Go ahead, John.
I just checked his website for YouTube, and his oldest video is from 2018.
2018, yeah, that's when it was. Yep, I knew it.
He's after the event, and he's a nobody for a little bit.
Oh yeah, he was.
Yeah. Look, 7 years ago, he's celebrating 100 subscribers.
Yep.
250. I
told you when I noticed the subscribers when they brought his name up, and we went over there, and I looked. I'm not a big subscriber guy, but I figured I was wondering whether he was old or new, and he was 220. That's what I seen when I looked at it. The video I commented on with the scientific hypothesis question. Yeah, I specifically remember it. Okay. So he says something about it. Go ahead.
There was just one other point in terms of just bringing it back to the video. The reason I used the W word was, again, it's a repainting of history. Listen to the ingratiation of Jeran and Bob now to pretend that back then they were respected adversaries is what I'm hearing. Not like Nathan. And then you've paused it, but wow, really?
I need to hear it.
It did come across that you all wanted to try and find out what was going on. You know, a lot of the, you know, it's not like Nathan.
Yeah, you were honest and really genuine.
See, we can't shut the fuck up, Adam.
No, wanker. Absolute wanker. Yeah.
I need to hear it.
Let him finish the insult.
Jesus.
I'm sorry if I get a little emotive when someone's pissing in my face.
Now listen, shut the fuck up. And let's listen to the whole thing. Thanks.
Guys were wrong. It did come across that you all wanted to try and find out what was going on. You know, a lot of the, you know, it's not like Nathan's team who are really like abusive all the time and things like that. You guys would seem
and think abusive all the time and things like that. Back then?
So if you're abusive, by his logic, that means you don't want to find out the truth.
Yes, that's one thing, but back then he wasn't. They weren't. I had just come on. I don't even know when I joined. What was I think I joined right around show 300, FED 300. What is that in like the year of our Lord?
That's Nathan.
2016.
That wasn't. I wasn't on Nathan's in 2016, dude.
Well, I heard you in 2016 on other places, and the first time I heard you talking to Nathan, I think was on a Thursday night in 2016.
No, that never happened because I was on Bassano's show and then Cathexis, and then I came right around show 300, 320. So whenever that is in the timeline, that's when I showed up. But so back then,
2016.
It wasn't 2016.
Well, he started us in 2015, and there's 300.
It's not 2016, dude, and it's not 2017 either.
No, it is.
I'm telling you, it's not. So, but back then, that Nathan's show, it wasn't what you would call abusive. Not that it's abusive now; it just depends on how you look at it. But back then, it wasn't. Right?
No, back then, okay, Nathan's just taking abuse. See,
yes.
So back in the early days, the show was it was a very different thing. Nathan's starting this show, and the majority of people that are joining are ballers.
Yeah.
To tell us we're retards,
yes.
And quite rudely so. Yeah. Yes. And back then, you're also having your show attacked by porn bombing and
sniping.
People just turning up saying ninja, 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 ninja.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know? Projection.
I remember I remember a couple times there was a butt and some boobs that came out on 2 separate occasions.
Yeah.
I had hardcore porn presented on an Iron Realm show as these guys. You know, you'd have a hangout as what I can't remember what it was back then, Google, whatever. Yeah. And they were able to hack in and then take control of your show.
Take control, yeah, I remember. Yep.
Yeah. We had it done to us, and Nathan had it done to him.
Yep.
And eventually, you know, and that's where the flat Earth debate kind of demeanor came from.
Yeah, they birthed me. They birthed me after being told to drink bleach, right? And then being called names that would make a billy goat puke for 2 years in a row. I did this for 2 years. I was out on the battlefield. You know, when it was the Wild Wild West back then, when all those Google Hangouts would pop up, I'd just dive right into them. Sometimes I'd spend like 18 hours a day in there defending flat earthers and putting globetards into their place. And the amount of abuse that I took during those times, because I was pretty low key back then, until one day it was enough. So you birthed us with your abuse. Right? Now it's coming back at you 10 fucking fold. You glue sniffing idiot moron retards. Yeah? I'm going to take your fucking soul out of you. Feed it to my wolf pups.
I remember talking with Bob back then. Because I was very friendly back in the day with all of those guys, yeah? And these conversations, and there wasn't. So prior to Nathan going on, why would Nathan be invited on? Because we were all part of the same team, and there was recognition of the arenas in which we were working.
Yeah.
BALLBUSTERS was like a Sunday magazine.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what, right? There were many places, but even early on, the ultimate arena to prove your point was the flat Earth debate, right?
Yep.
And as we said, the standards weren't set. What was acceptable wasn't set by the ballers. It was sadly accepted by the flat earthers, by the baller behavior. None of the flat earthers were behaving like that. Yeah,
that's right.
Them, and it's kind of spawned from that. And if you look at what's happened on flat Earth debate, that attitude tries to change. Nathan hams it up. I agree. Sometimes a little too much, but ultimately, that is the ultimate arena. And if you do resort to that, well, so be it. I don't have to. It's very rare I effing Jeff.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't need to. But it's the ultimate arena, and it still is today.
Yep.
Carry on.
It's more genuine, definitely.
Yeah. They were more genuine with NASA photos. How so? Can you support what you say? Blue sniffer.
They laughed more honestly at them.
Ah, gotcha.
And I think Bob was
you see what I mean? No. They ripped the shit out of them and called you lying Satanist Masons.
Yep.
Is what Ghostbusters did, yeah? Stop repainting history as if you were buddies, respectful adversaries. You hated each other.
Yeah. Who are you?
Liars.
Who is he? You think you're Whitson or somebody trying to rewrite history? Little Joseph Goebbels action. That shit ain't gonna fly. We were all here. You might convince your glue-sniffing subscribers that are dumber than you are that's the way it was. That's not the way it was. And we can demonstrate it. In spades.
Even though people might not see it that way, Bob was very scientific.
Yeah.
Stop it. Why would you? So I was always taught you shouldn't speak ill of the dead.
I'm not making fun of. I'm not making fun of Bob. I'm making fun of this glue sniffer.
Why would he say something so antagonistic to us? Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Indicting Bob in that, he knows he's not scientific. We've just gone through one. He fell out with Nathan over what the definition of science was, what the method was. He's only doing that to indict other people to attack. That's really bad. Yep. He knows better. He attacked Bob on his nonsense. I remember Jeran attacking Bob, going, "Don't try and straw man me," as if I'm trying to pretend that once I am in space, imagine what up and down is. Yeah, Bob wasn't scientific. That's a fact. Yeah. Yeah. Fact of history demonstrated. That's not to indict the man. That's his worldview. He didn't recognise the powerfulness of what was being shown to him. Yeah? Doesn't make him good or bad.
Right.
But to try and pretend that he is scientific, it's just to indict people to attack that, like I've just done. Yeah. Because it's another lie, Jeran.
Oh yeah, he's just making shit up. I wonder when the sentence fragments are going to come. You know they're coming.
So he wouldn't let us wander into La La Land. He would always try and bring it back.
He didn't do his job well. You went off into La La Land pretty quick.
You know, had that ether shit get on, man. Yeah.
Discussions, and he didn't like the answer of, like relative density disequilibrium. Those
he didn't relative density. Didn't like that answer. Relative density.
What has
need a mechanism?
Well, what has what somebody likes got to do with it? What is true and is not? Who cares?
What was the question?
He didn't say. There was no question. It was just the topic. He just pulled it out his ass because he's a moron.
Those guys.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Say, well, down is down.
What, those guys? Wait, let's. I got to pull a couple fivers here. I didn't get the whole thing. I need
so again, historically, those guys here is Jeran. So when they had this conversation, it was Jeran that took the piss out of him, saying, "Well, if down was suddenly left, yeah, then we'd be calling left down, and it'd still be down, wouldn't it?"
Adam.
Not my words, Jeran. To Bob back in the day.
Oh boy! All right, let's get this. Let's hear this again.
F equals ma kind of.
Whoa! Did I go back?
No, you went forward.
Yeah, I probably went forward.
See, we were trying to sort of explain that you guys were wrong. It did come across that you all wanted to try and find out what was going on. A lot of the, it's not like Nathan's team who are really like abusive all the time and.
Pause a second.
We're back on track. We already been over this.
No, he said, we tried to explain to you that you were wrong. So you didn't show and demonstrate and prove your position then. You just gave explanations.
Yeah.
He's indicting himself.
Yeah, he is.
And he's whole power.
Yeah, he's too stupid to realize it. He's a dumbass. Look at it.
Things like that. You guys...
Those things like that.
Seemed more genuine, definitely.
Yeah, and I think Bob was really
none of them. Even pause. I know we've still not got that. None of them have got any cowbell QE. Yeah,
I
not
know.
One of them. Simon, Dan, or Jen. Yeah. Oh, you used to do, and then Bob was a science because density buoyancy. Fucking didn't like that. Yeah. Where's the cowbell?
Yeah, they got none. They're half a sissies, both of these morons. Let's listen to I missed there.
I know people might not see it that way. Bob was very scientific. So he wouldn't let us wander into La La Land. He would always try and bring it back. F equals MA kind of just.
F equals MA kind of stuff. That's sciencey stuff. Do you think that's science, you goober? F equal MA. It's not only not science, it's friggin' debunked. F equal MA horseshit. And what's F mean? And what's M mean? And what's A mean? You glue sniffing idiot. And it's not science, you goober. It's a friggin' equation.
Pause. That little bit sums it all up. Yeah, let's applaud it, Bob. Bob was really sciencey. He wouldn't let us wander off into La La Land. He'd give us F equals MA. That bit explains. There you go. Now, if this retard Simon Dan thinks that, he agrees with that, it shows his lack of understanding. Jeran's just demonstrated his.
Yep. F equal MA. I can't believe he said that shit.
Discussions, and he didn't like the answer of, like relative density disequilibrium.
The answer to what? Like John said, what was the question? That would have been probably more important. You dumbass cracker.
Those guys.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Say, well, down is down.
Those guys. What guys? He'd say down is down. Can't have down on a globetard, idiot.
And Bob would always just say, no, there's got to be a mechanism. There's got to be something.
No, down is not down. There has to be a mechanism. That makes perfect sense. You abject retard, you. Yeah, and you're agreeing with him.
Well, it's not F equals MA. It's V equals MA. V's equals massa times acceleratio. That's what it really is. Because it's Latin.
Something driving it. So he was definitely a good guy and missed by many. But
that Bob did agree with density and buoyancy. I had this argument with him. I remember getting Bob to the point. I said, so what you're actually asking for is why density and buoyancy works. Why that thing that we always observe works. You want to know the underlying principles of the universe, yeah? Or you want to ascribe it to something, yeah?
I've heard Bob.
This was Bob's problem. He had to. He was stuck in this rut that to do all this, there had to be a force involved, not like gravity to control or anything, but something to start it. And he wanted causation for the orientation of down.
Yes,
now, that could be a small electropotential difference. In Bob's mind, that was sufficient. But as I always argue, that wasn't science where he was going. He couldn't science any of this because it wasn't scienceable. He was trying to demonstrate the, like I say, natural law in a way.
Yeah, he was trying to cause a natural law. Cause and effect the natural law, which is moronic. Yep, that's what he was doing. And I heard Bob talk about this many times. He never said that he didn't like the answer of density and buoyancy. Bob was all over density and buoyancy, if I remember correctly. He was on board with it. Wasn't he?
Yeah.
So why is he lying?
That's what I'm saying. I had these conversations direct with Bob. Him.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why I'm egregious to it. That's not his position. He didn't go, I don't like density and buoyancy. He never said that. He was he agreed with all of that. It was the causation for orientation that he wanted to ascribe.
Yeah, we got it. Jeran, you're a lying sewer rat. Didn't take long. Yeah. We got the receipts. Glue sniffer.
Yeah, after, I don't want to say it's after Bob left, but that era is gone of Flat Earth, which was actual research and people actually.
It was actual research. You did actual research, Jeran? On what? Do you even know what research means? I bet you don't.
NASA videos.
Looking into it.
Well, in stones in water, Neil.
Certain point where that is kind of
Shut up, science baby.
Wall. We know why now, but
I missed that part. Sorry, guys. Let's go back. I'll pull myself a J. I can give myself J's. Ad libitatum.
But that era is gone.
Free J's that side of the pond, is it?
What?
Free J's on that side of the pond.
Yeah, there's 3 J's here. Now I got to go back with a half a J because you interrupted it.
I don't want to say it's after Bob left, but that era is gone of flat Earth, which was actual research and people actually looking into it. It got
people actually looking into what?
It.
To a certain point where that just kind of hit a wall.
So it hit a wall. What's it?
Yeah. You keep looking too long and keep walking, you walk into a wall.
Yeah.
Apparently. And then you stop looking.
Information technology.
Oh boy.
We know why now, but
we know why now. Why? What the hell are you even talking about? What is this? What's that smirk on your dumbass face for? What the fuck?
The globe now. They went to Antarctica and you've seen it 24 hours.
That's not what he said. He's talking about back in the day. What's going on here?
Back in the day, they used to look into it, and now we've stopped. And of course, we know why they've stopped now. You know why flat earthers have stopped looking into it now? Because we know it's a ball because they saw the sun in Antarctica. This is my guess where that's going. That's why this little Simon Dan's got a little twitch on.
I just said.
No, this is stupid. Stupid by stupid people.
So
before you press play,
I already did.
Superchat.
No way.
Way.
You're gonna have to. I don't think Flatsy's back.
I didn't think she was. Eddie Wayne. Cheers, dude. These two are absolute sausages. Thanks, Eddie. I agree.
That has to be from English descent. The sausages, right?
Absolute, yeah.
Yeah.
Sausage.
Who was it? Who sent it?
Eddie Wayne. Yeah, and cheers, dude.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, they're sausages. That's pretty funny.
It was a good outfit. They still go. I mean, I handed the show off
there's a sentence fragment. I knew it was coming. There'd probably be multiple. What did you just say, dude?
Looking into it, it got to a certain point where that just
my fellow ninjas wouldn't approve of these two.
Thanks.
We know why now, but so it was a good outfit. They still go. I mean,
it was a good outfit. They still go. What?
What the freak? What did he say?
It was a couple sentence fragments that you can't make it out.
Yeah. To show off to Alan and Shane, and they've been right.
So he's handed the show off to Alan and Shane, idiots. To carry the flag, huh?
With it.
I mean, it was sort of.
What was that?
Like,
I have no idea.
Zachary's a baller. Whenever I've checked on Globebusters now.
Yeah.
I don't know unless I'm wrong. And then Cammy as well.
I have no idea.
Like a real hot stage for flat Earth, like that 2017, 2018, 2019 years. It was just rife everywhere, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was before that. With your rifeness.
It's taken off. And then they had to start, and I don't know if I agree with it or not.
Then they had to start, and I don't know if I agree with it. Well, sentence fragments everywhere. I knew they were coming.
Don't really know, but they had to start suppressing us. They had to start shadow banning.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I've shown before where Mike.
Okay.
No, fair play. No, he's right there. Yeah,
he's right.
That's why it was the golden age, because YouTube was open for you to just type in Flat Earth live, right? And there'd be tons and tons of people.
Yeah.
And that's how the early networks were made.
Yeah,
up.
I was in there. I was in there.
Yeah. And then it died.
Yes, it did. It went on for a while, though.
It was good. That's why the networks were made.
Oh, I was clobbering friggin' globers. Of course, a lot of flat earthers were compromised easy, so I'd go in there and defend them, right? That's all I did. For at least 2 years. That was the wild, wild west, man. You know what? Looking back on it, I kind of liked it.
That was
my video.
Go ahead.
it was kind of like Discord is a bit today, isn't it? Except it was so much easier to find just different people from all just chatting about it. There was so many. Like even now, if you go into Discord, there's the known channels, a bit like Globebusters or whatever, you know what I mean, or QE Live or Nathan. There's the known channels, but you can't just type Flat Earth and there'd just be loads of stuff pop up. It's really hard to find. So
hundreds.
Back then, it was honestly it was everywhere because the algorithm wasn't restrained at all.
Yeah,
there was just tons of independent people going live, wanting to chat.
Yep. I'd get sniped out of one, and no problem, get right back into another because there was at least 50 more. Because that's all you'd have to do. Flat Earth Live. That's it. Type it into YouTube. That's it. They'd all populate. Right? Boom. All these rooms. You want to join the room? You betcha. It was potpourri, dude. I loved it. I have to admit.
Videos don't show up in your watch history, which is crazy. You would think if you have a watch history that would include everything you've watched.
Yeah.
But they just have found a way. And again, now I look at it and I'm like not thinking it's a terrible idea. It's probably not that bad of an idea. But
what?
Whoa.
Well, not that bad of an idea to suppress truth or to suppress people or to censor people. What are you, a fucking communist?
Sounds like it, doesn't it?
Yep.
That is really like there's nothing wrong with going back to the ball because you, for whatever reason, apathy, fear, whatever, tiredness, even Jeran, you know, he's a fatigue, But to suggest something like that your liberties should be impinged if you don't hold the same view as me. That's not wanker. That's like fascist wanker.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Really bad.
Yep, pretty bad look on your dumb ass, but you're too stupid to even realize it. You ass clown.
No, at the time, it just looks like, we're being censored. That means that we're onto the to the truth.
I was going to say,
really, it's more a matter of just you can word things in a way. I think is what I see from Flat Earth now. You can word things in a way that makes the everyday person really look at it and go, "Oh, you know what? They might be right."
Because we've gone on to a sentence fragment now, don't there? A separate point. Right. He tried to justify it, couldn't find a way, and has now changed topic. But he's still trying to justify, basically, well, because I now know that the flat earthers are retards, I can see why you should be censored. And he couldn't make that point, so he's now going to make this point, which is not connected, I guess.
Yeah. You need an abacus to try to keep up with his friggin' sentence fragments.
Yeah, definitely.
That's
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Sometimes to get people, because then they start thinking, well,
sometimes to get people because another sentence fragment.
Believe this my whole life, but I don't really have any evidence of it. I don't really have any proofs.
Yeah, that's what belief means, you dumbass.
So then they really start to question that alone.
Yeah, definitely. And
then definitely, yeah. Then they start to question that. What the fuck are you even talking about?
I think when it's a group like your guys who are trying to come at it at that.
When it's a group like your guys, you English much
angle compared to someone like Nathan.
Now we're back to Nathan again. Jeez, oh man, dude.
Hey,
living rent free in his head. Living rent free in his head.
Exactly, John. That is exactly it, mate. Yeah. So this is what I said to you, right? And this is going to be funny as one guy compromises himself to have to say things and watch the other agenda. And isn't it powerful, boys and girls, that these guys, their script, they have to attack Nathan.
Yeah.
The one thing left standing. The one thing
public enemy number one.
Yeah, the one thing they can't attack on argument and merit.
Yeah.
So now we're here, look, in this pathetic cock weasel orchestra, yeah? And the two together will indict him with ad hom, but once again, we're not in argument.
Yeah. It's written. You got 2-7 offsuit, dude. You're too stupid to realize it. Why is Nathan's name coming up in here? At all?
Yeah, right. If the pair of them were coming up together and going, after all these years, here's the argument that destroys Oakley and the Flat Earth debate crew.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And we'd have something to do. Boys and girls, little boys like you two, do you understand that when you do videos like this, you make us smile?
Yeah.
You confirm we've won? Because you've got no argument other than this.
Yeah. Yeah, you're exactly right, Adam. Yeah, they're too stupid to realize it, especially this clue number. You just don't realize it, man, that you compromised yourself. What a fucking moron you are.
Right.
You know, people see Nathan, they would just listen.
Holy shit, he hasn't gotten off him. Oh, oh boy. Go ahead, pile some more burning hot coals on your own head, you dumbass cracker.
To him, he's an idiot. He's just insulting everyone or whatever.
Oh, he's just insulting everyone or whatever. Do you have support for that? Maybe? Yeah. Are you going to support? Are you two village idiot dumb fucks going to support anything that you're going to say here today? Maybe? I doubt it. Maybe we'll get some more sentence fragments.
If all he did, genuinely, was just insult people, he wouldn't be a threat to you, would he? Nope. You'd be worried about Flat Earth Banjo or Eric DeBay, wouldn't you? You fuckwits. So don't sit there and think you can use your GCSE level psychology to try and portray a narrative. Your crapness at this is very telling. Your desperation to indict Nathan in a conversation he shouldn't even be relevant in.
Yeah.
But you want to drag him back. It's very telling.
Yes, it is.
What you're scared of.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, by the way. Oh, we already knew.
They wouldn't give him the time of day, but where you guys were trying to...
They won't give him the time of day. Who won't give him a time of day?
Man Dan won't, because he knows it has to get handed to him.
Again, we're at the same point, aren't we? Where what we're trying to do is ingratiate Jeran and pretend that history wasn't real, and Simon Dan didn't call him a sort of retard that should be drinking bleach and not having children, which is what Simon Dan would have said about all the Globebusters. Now we've got this desperate attempt still, and we're going to do it by indicting Nathan. Yeah. As a comparison to say, well, you're slightly different to him. Yeah, he's got fucking standards, pal. That's the difference.
So work through things like trying to be scientific.
Work through things trying to be scientific.
Well, at least he tried.
They're the sort of angles where people think, oh, hang on, maybe they're onto something there, or you know.
Right. What science? What science part was that you did, Karen? Maybe he'll get to that now.
Oh, certainly.
And I want
to
touch on that briefly as well, because there is.
Why would you want to touch on that briefly? Aren't you on the topic already?
There always has been historically quite a lot of infighting in the flat Earth community, hasn't there?
Infighting. Number one, there's never been a flat Earth community. Number two, there's a lot of pretender clown fuckwits that have been circling the drain in the flat Earth community for some time. Unlike you idiots that have your scriptures already written for you by Wiki and Discovery Channel. You have no flexibility whatsoever. Your scriptures are already written. There are no scriptures I'm not saying over here, on the flat Earth side. That's why. There's going to be infighting, because there's going to be pretender clowns. Cancerous pretender clowns. We got a whole slew of them over. He was one of them. We still got a whole slew of them over here now. Oh, we're going to dig them out. We're going to hold them down, and we're going to dig it out like it was a fucking Alabama tick. I'm going to get a spoon and dig that cancer out. You understand me, clown fuck? You little infighting. You bet your ass.
No.
Yeah.
No infight. No. This is the difference, you see. This is a rooting out of a cancer.
Yep.
Just like we did with Witsit and Jeran.
Goober.
Yeah. Yeah. And there are lots of other cancers in amongst us that we will continue to root out. Now, the day somebody accused me of being the cancer, I'll have to take a bloody good look at myself. But this is not infighting, is it?
Nope.
This is preserving what we've managed to build and recognizing there are cancerous growths in us.
Yep.
And over the past 4 or 5 years, we've took on the biggest and the best without fear of the repercussions.
Correct.
Because we don't give a shit about the repercussions, yeah? Because there's nothing to repercuss on us, but we will spit truth at you.
Yep.
Wherever you are, whether you're Jeran, Witsit, or some fuckwit server creator in Discord, doesn't matter.
Yep.
You're not here for the right reasons. You're fucked. Because once we get
Shots
smell
fired.
you're done.
Yep.
Shots fired.
And to be infighting, they would have to have been in the first place. They weren't in. Maybe superficially, it appeared that they were flat earthers, but they were never flat earthers. I mean, actual flat earthers. They never actually knew that the earth was flat, stationary, and contained. They never knew that, sci-fi scam, because if they did, this goober wouldn't be sitting across from you now as a fucking Home Depot Glober.
Who
Do you
are these two
understand that?
sausages?
What?
I said, who are these two sausages?
Yeah, good one, good one. They're too stupid. They don't even realize they're train wrecking themselves with every statement. That's how stupid they are. And their subscribers, his subscribers, are even dumber than he is to put up with this shit. What do you guys got to say?
If you read some of the comments, you'd be sick.
Props to Jeran. This is insane. Jeran, the man who made me a flatty. Oh, God. My hat is off to Jeran. The truth is, the earth is a sphere. I do not envy the cognitive dissonance Jeran must have experienced. Oh, my God, you dumbass fuckwits. My word.
But before you go, it's, again, not a problem. This is these guys just losing it. Yeah?
Yeah.
It's absolutely fine if they want to try and repaint history. Keep going. We were there. Yeah. And we're still here. Just for the fucktard little scroats that are here. Yeah. This is when we still attack flat earth debate today. If you look at what goes off there, look at the dregs that Nathan has to put up with now. Yep. There is no argument ever. It's just shithousery.
Yeah, that's all it is. You got it. It's been that way for a long time.
We'll keep going. Even if you try and shut us down, some of you guys, through wokeness, appealing to the use of certain ninja-y type words that people could pretend to be offended by and therefore enact their own separate agenda. Yeah? Doesn't matter. We've had all the shit thrown at us.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we keep coming back, and we will expose all the lying, duplicitous, pretender clown monkeys that are out there to disrupt this flat earth movement that we have spent fucking years building.
Yep.
Adam's got his guns blazing, boy.
Yeah, he does, for a reason. So we got Sally, idiot, and Nancy fucktard over here. This is Sally and Nancy discussion. That's all this is. Like Adam said, they're all kind of admit or portray or rewrite history, Joseph Goebbels-like, and they're these guys. I don't know. I can feel the estrogen.
I could taste the soya.
Yeah, I mean, it started for me right at the beginning.
What started for you? Being dumb, being stupid, right from the beginning. Yeah, we know.
It's the best place for things to start, though, isn't it? At the beginning.
Yep. Stupid.
I always find.
In a stupor right at the beginning.
Remember Eric Dubay.
Now Eric Dubay comes up. Oh, because I think Sci-Fi Scam has some hotsies for Eric Dubay. I think that's one of the reasons why he probably did that.
telling me I couldn't go on it. I was scheduled to be on
Telling me I couldn't go on another sentence fragment.
Mark Sargent's show for the first time. This is early 2015.
Okay.
And yeah, Dubé said, if you do that, you're a shill because he.
What shit? Well, he's a prophet. He knew it.
I said.
Yeah.
I wrote that in the comments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good on Eric Dubé for recognizing you. The only reason why he was out here, he recognized it before I did, is because I wasn't here. Just yet.
Got a request to chat on that, Kiwi, right? Oh, yes, again, little memory bubble. Thanks, Jeran.
Yep.
Let's get the... Does anybody remember when Eric Dubé dresses up as Bob... what's her name? Patricia Steer. Yeah.
Patricia Steer.
And shows them and portrays them all back in the day as shills. Now, being the generous, kind person that I am, I never believed Eric Dubé. Well, fair play. If you're going to call him out, no, all you can call him out is actually as correct, Jeran. The guys just laughed at you about.
Did Eric actually dress up as these guys?
Yeah, he dresses up as Patty as well. Yeah,
No
definitely.
way.
That'll be pre-2020. But he puts on. Yeah, somebody in chat find that video.
You gotta find that. You gotta find it. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
He works with NASA. He's a NASA shill. And it was like, what? Well, let me determine that. Let me go on his show and I'll see if he says anything weird. So that was kind of the beginning. And then when I went on his show, I immediately got put on Eric Dubé's shill list.
He's a wise man.
And yeah, from there, it just was always a segregated or segmented community.
It was right from there. It was already segregated.
Just pause on that moment.
Yeah, go ahead. You know why? I'm going to let you go here for a couple minutes. My wife is cooking out in that kitchen, and all the smells are coming in here. I'm friggin' starving. All right, so go. Just relax. No pressure. Just flow with it, and I'll be right back.
The best parts are coming up.
I did have a point, and then he just makes me forget.
Well, you were talking about him dressing up as the shills.
Yeah, no. It's... The issue here is, right, and Eric Dubé, right, I don't know why he's now been indicted, because Nathan Oakley was the name put at Jeran, but he's felt the need to use and to defend himself that he was called a shield by Eric Dubé. I've been around this thing. I don't know who Eric Dubé is. I've tried to reach out to him. He's never ever contacted us. I've never really watched his stuff. It's a bit like Mark Sargent. Never really watched his stuff because it was like substanceless. Didn't have any cowbell. Yeah. But what's also interesting is he's bothered to call out Jeran, did Eric Dubé, even early on. He's just giving him kudos, doing it early on. He's never been anywhere near us, Eric Dubé. He's never highlighted us, nor attacked us. Now, it would be stupid, I think, to pretend that he doesn't know who we are. Another thing in this little world, in this corner of the internet, that I find very odd.
There is something weird about it that these people that are supposedly leading or at the head of this so-called community aren't addressing the people that are in the trenches every day. That's weird.
I don't mind the trenches, right, which is what Flat Earth debate is, but that's kind of irrelevant to where the destructive arguments, where the proofs that, first of all, like we did for the first 6-7 years, prove it's not a ball, and then the proofs that it's flat. Yeah, that we are, and that this isn't being big-headed. The only thing you see on Twitter right now of our arguments is the black swan image, and you'll see it. Yeah, you'll see it out there. But nobody's got it right yet, even. It's very telling. But we're the source of that. Well, why aren't we being asked? Why are we still, as we talked about shadow banned earlier in YouTube, why is that still there? That's an argument we at FED have moved on from. The Great Ball Destroyer, but we can prove it's flat. Yet we're not at that forefront. That's very telling. It's not for me and my ego. Oh, I wish I was the world. I would hate to be world famous. But it's very odd the arguments aren't there. Because they're substantive. Yeah, they're backed up with citation. They absolutely destroy any position these Muppets want to take. A bit like what the book's going to do. But it's odd they're not being used to win arguments easily.
Done?
Did you hear any of that?
No, I went out to get meatballs.
Oh, it was brilliant. You missed the best bit of the show. Press play.
Oh, man, no, I didn't miss the best bit of these meatballs. I'll tell you that much. My God.
Pork or beef? Oh, nice.
It may have a little pork in them. I didn't ask her.
I like a 50-50 mix in a meatball.
Yeah. Sometimes she does that. Yeah. Not going back out to ask her.
Press play then.
You really couldn't get that full gust behind you because everybody was like in little factions.
Yeah, and didn't Bob and Nathan had quite a big fallout, didn't they?
Oh my God!
Okay, that's telling now. So when he was away, I said, it's interesting. Simon Dan says the name Nathan, and Jeran responds with Eric DeBay. After the little bit, we now straight back. But Nathan, the guy that's in my head, that was running around, telling me I'm wrong. The guy that stops me sleeping at night. Tell me he's a bad man, Jeran.
This is friggin' gold. Gold, I say. Thanks a lot, dumbass.
John, what is time now? John, what is time now? On what minute you are now from video? What is the, how to say? How many minutes passed from the beginning?
We're nearly a tenth of the way in.
10. But in 10 minutes, still nothing. No globe, it's still about what is going on.
Oh, you're not Nathan being in Steinman's head.
Are you thinking that you're going to get some globe evidence? Is that what you're waiting for?
No, not that any story, at least. About the topic.
No. These are two itty bitty idiots on the back porch, right, in Florida. Just old biddies gossiping. That's all they're doing. And gossiping, they're train wrecking themselves. But they're unaware of it because they're too stupid to be aware of it. That's what we got here. But let's hear that again.
You really couldn't get that full gust behind you because everybody was like in little factions.
Yeah, and didn't Bob and Nathan had quite a big fallout, didn't they? Yeah. Was that about gravity?
Was that about gravity? Look at Jeran.
Tell me it was about science.
There's only one answer, and that is, what is the scientific method? What constitutes, if you're going to invoke it, the term science, what constitutes that validity? When you say science says this, I can prove it scientifically. What are the prerequisites of that? That's where the argument was. What were the standards? The standards that we took a ball apart on. Yeah? No one argued then when we wanted those standards. It was only when we wanted to prove something else, some etheric luminiferous field for light to propagate through, that we decided those standards were a little troublesome. Let's have an argument with our fellow flat earthers.
Well, it wasn't about gravity. Give me 1 second.
Oh, that's what I just bloody summarized.
It was about the scientific method.
But I remember the time and that's happened. It was not Nathan, it was you, QE, shouting on the Bob.
Yeah, but that happened a couple times. But just hold on. It wasn't about gravity. It was Malcolm Bowden Ironically, Adam. Yeah?
Isn't it just? Yeah.
Yep. Isn't that ironic? It was Malcolm Bowden's take on Mickelson Morley. And guess what else, Adam?
Not Aries failure.
I'm thinking it was. Yeah.
That's irony.
Yeah, it's irony's thick in here. Now wait a second. Let's get back on topic. So he just asked Jeran what that was about. Let's see if Jeran knows or can remember, because he's looking up in the sky. Let's see if what he says. This is very interesting. It most assuredly wasn't fuck with gravity.
Really couldn't get that full gust behind you because everybody was like in little factions.
Yeah, and didn't Bob and Nathan had quite a big fallout, didn't they?
Yeah.
Was that about gravity?
Yeah, I think about.
Yeah. Absolutely unbelievable. You quick glue sniffer, you. Yeah. Yeah. That all that took from Sci-Fi Scam is to say that, and that convinced you. I mean, what? What? You don't even know what the conversation was about, dude. My God, ladies and gentlemen.
Could I state that he did know? And just say to anyone on the globe side who's listening to this, who know that he knows and remembers that time, here is absolute evidence that he is also lying to you guys, because that's an outright lie. And any of the ballers who were around back then will know it's an outright lie and will know what the argument was about.
Yep. He's just making shit. He just makes shit up. You know why? Because there's nothing inside here. Nothing but a caper-sized piece of horse shit and funhouse mirrors. There's nothing in there, ladies and gentlemen. He just makes shit up. Good.
He cannot remember. He doesn't know.
No, he doesn't.
I know, and you're gonna have to bear with me a minute.
Okay.
So the initial kickoff point, and to be fair to Jeran, you can understand why he wouldn't remember, because he was only there, not just watching.
Because he was only there.
But there was also another person there.
Yeah,
Mike Kavanagh.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, who, and this is it's not to attack Mike, but it's to show how he didn't know what to do in the hierarchy there, because he knew what was right and was wrong, and he got his arse wrapped around his elbow as he tried to defend Bob, but also recognised that none of this was science, because he knew what science was, and it was a strange interaction.
Yep.
And that's the reality of what was going back on then. It wasn't an argument about gravity,
nope,
as Simon Dan would like to paint it. It was an argument about the principles and the standards we were going to use moving forwards to be able to declare to each other that this was a truth. That's where the argument started and was only there. At this same time, you see, it's been a year or two, and QE's in, and he's dragged me over from Iron Realm, and I've got kicked out of Iron Realm for starting to think that you should prove things. And my disruptive influence because of Bob and the guys over there, and end up with me getting kicked out of the channel that, as far as I was aware, I was fundamental to. Yeah, lots of bullshit, shithousery politics went off back then. And I felt on the bad side. I didn't bitch too much and moan. But now in history, you can describe what went off. There was a lot of controlling within that little community. And there are still a lot of controllers out there. Yeah, people that did very bad things. People that I objected to at the time. Until eventually, when I objected too much, I was removed. That's what went off.
Yeah, by Bob's faction that infiltrated Iron Realm. It's funny you would say control.
Just on that, I just want one, just for the record, I was removed because I stood up for Arwen.
Get up.
When
Hey, Booger! It's good to hear you again, dude. That was a righteous interruption, too. Can you continue to do that when Adam's talking?
No. Good to hear, Booger. Hiya, Booger.
Say hey. Hey. He's eating. Tony Whitcomb sent. Hold on. It's got to turn back. Tony Whitcomb sent. Looks like rent free is the topic of the day with Tintin and Something Wong. Good one.
Yeah. Thanks, Tony. Yeah. Good one. Go ahead, Adam. Finish up because I got a little gem to share with everyone. Go ahead.
I got on a bit of a rant. I mean, to be honest, a bit conspiratorial of me. But the reality is, when you've been there, lived it, this is very emotive, and it's very egregious to hear it being described like this. This is not what went off. This is not actually, the reality, and very naughty. But I can understand why, for the narrative that's going to be tried, because we're only 5 minutes in, they're trying to paint this narrative.
Yep.
Yeah, and excuse my fundamental, what it is Nathan bad. Only person whose argument they won't attack, all that will do is Nathan bad. And it's very weak.
Let me give them a little bit more than just Nathan bad. This is just for them. Just so you're aware, 45 minutes before Nathan arrived on Globebusters, guess who he called?
Flatsy.
Yeah.
I was going to go with Brian.
Right, yeah. No. He called me. And I sat here. Oh, yeah. And I sat here and I went through every step. 1, 2, 3. A, B, C. Jack D's Fuckwitch Yard. Ask Nathan.
You have to be proud then.
You could ask him.
Now, time for a bit of smoke for you, QE. Okay, so, yeah, and this was crucial in the people that will actually that got the best arguments out, us, okay, in our formation. So at this time, like I said, QE's recognised some of the shit that I'm boring people with on Iron Realm. I'm going, oh, this guy actually understands, yeah? Stereo isomerism. Yeah, etc.
You remember that, don't you?
Yeah.
You had me at isomerism. Isomerization. That's all it took.
Yeah. So, at this point, like minds are starting to meet. Okay, and Nathan's not a like mind. He's a mind that's been educated. Yeah. Now, so was mine as well. Not because of lack of knowledge, but because of lack of remembrance of the scientific method. And this is where the gentleman opposite me gets kudos. He slapped us all. Okay, so at this point, what's happened is he slapped me. I've come in, and I think prior to this, Nathan's saying, I remember Nathan saying to me, how do I deal with Dr. John D? I said, just do it like QE did to me. Lay it down bare. To a scientist, as a scientist, that you forgot your shit, bro. Yeah, and that's what he did. And then Dr. John D was on board. You understand? Now at this point, we're emboldened, not egotistical, but realizing this is the way forwards.
Yep.
And this is when Nathan then goes on to Bob's, knowing he's got to do it. Yeah, that's where we're at historically in our little group. As this happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that explains what's happening next. I got you.
That explains that Nathan's not gone out there on some godforsaken egotistical crusade. It's the reality of the thing that's disproven the ball. We have now got to firm up and make sure our fellow flat earthers know exactly what it is, and we don't chat shit like what we've just spent the past 2 or 3 years taking bull shit chatting apart. Don't let us do it. So when we're going to move forwards, make sure we move forwards on a fundamental set of standards.
Yep.
And that's what Nathan's invoking on Globebusters that day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I mean, on this video.
Don't be anticipating, Neil. I told you about that shit before. How many times I got to tell you that? We don't know what's going to happen. Stop anticipating.
What science is?
Yeah.
What science is? What is it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, Nathan has this very rigid approach to science, and if that were the
Nathan has a rigid approach to science.
You should be upset.
At that time, Nathan didn't have that. He was being educated. He had a little bit of it, but not all of it. That's why he phoned me. Smart move by him, by the way. Glue sniffer. You're welcome.
the case, then we wouldn't have anything today. So
if that's the case, then we wouldn't have anything today. So because of Nathan's rigidity of the scientific method, this is his premise. His conclusion is because if that were the case, we wouldn't have anything today. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what he said.
It sounds to me like it's the Earth's a globe because people have spectacles.
Yeah.
Because the Earth's a globe because of emails, I think is actually a quote.
I mean, he's fundamentally retarded. Hanoi.
He's fundamentally got no argument. Nope. Is the issue here. Hence why you end up saying shit like this.
That made no damn sense, man. You fucking clown.
Science is what you can apply.
Science is what another sentence for.
Well, let's pause.
Okay.
Let's all take in what science is from the master of science, Jeranism.
Jeranism, the master. Watch him look up and start to make shit up. Watch this.
We wouldn't have anything today. So science is what
you stuttering fool? Where is it? Is it up here?
No, it's not going well when science is and you start with what.
Look at him. I can't wait to hear this.
What you can apply to practical results, what you can apply to...
What science is what you can apply to practical results.
I'm liking it.
Huey, you never taught us that. What the heck? You hold them back?
Is science a condiment? Sounds like you can sprinkle a little science on it and just get it to taste really good.
I pulled a J because I can do that. Let's get the full thought.
Rigid approach to science, and if that were the case, then we wouldn't have anything today. So science is what you can apply to practical results, what you can apply to the real world. And he just has this whole thing about science. All it does is prove things. When
I'll pause then.
Okay.
So science is what you can apply to practical results and what you can apply to the world, and not technology.
Yeah. But he didn't even say technology. He's implying it, but dumbass doesn't even know what it is.
I'm trying to be kind. That would be the implication of what he's just described.
Yeah.
Actual results. Yeah, that's kind of what you do. Yeah. But in doing so, and using the wrong description and describing technology, he's shown he's got not a Scooby-Doo of what science is. Yeah.
Really?
The real world.
Well, how many things that you built prove a cause and effect relationship?
Oh my God.
What you can apply to practical results, what you can apply to the real world. And he just has this whole thing about science. All it does is prove things.
Pause.
We just did.
Apply to practical results. So I was building my house and I measured the length of one wall and I cut the skirting board to the length I measured. That's applying practical results. Right? It's got nothing to do. What are you on about, dude? Is it carpentry week? What?
Science, baby.
No, glue sniffing week.
But that's the point. This is not science, is it? He doesn't understand what science is, yet he's here and he's going to sit in judgment. I welcome this ignorance, Jeran, as you flounder, son, and we laugh at your inability to describe the thing that proves things. It's about how long a mass skirting board should be.
And he just has this whole thing about science. All it does is prove things. When
boring.
Shut up! I'm trying to get to the next part.
Come on.
What an indictment that is. How boring science is. All it does, boring shithouses, prove things.
Don't you love how Adam will stop you at the same point every time?
Every single time. Yep. Yeah.
Not me, is it? It's not my behavior that's triggering my behavior.
That's called gaslighting.
Hey, Adam, are you gaslighting yourself?
He's doing it. I think he's pre-planned this. He's figured out I can chat as much shit that I know will be antagonistic to genuine people who know what the frick they're on about.
You made me beat you up.
Yeah, exactly. It's your fault.
Yeah, in some cases, that's true.
What you can apply to practical results, what you can apply to the real world. And he just has this.
Look at douchebag over here shaking his head. Yes. He's dumber than Jeran is.
Yeah, whole thing about science, all it does is prove things. When we are on the other side that says no, science is always changing. That nothing is ever proven.
Nothing is ever proven.
Always changing, huh? Changing like underwear.
You didn't hear him. You were in the pause. He said, "Nothing is ever proven. Is what he said. I'm telling you, that's what. Unless I heard twice.
Whereas he's on that side where science is ever changing. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. We're on the side where science doesn't prove things. It's ever changing.
It's ever changing, huh? What did Neil say? Like underwear?
And he just has this whole thing about science. All it does is prove things. When we are on the other side that says no, science is always changing. That nothing is ever proven.
I told you that's what he said. Proven.
Didn't say it twice.
Nothing is ever.
Is there a difference between proven and proven?
Yeah.
Because what you've got to realise, Flatsy, is that it isn't. Even though through experiment we've shown that the addition of heat to water will make it boil, right? You've not ruled out the possibility, even though you may have done this in the past, but you've not ruled out the possibility in the future that suddenly, if you were to just put some stones in the water, they could also boil. And that's why science doesn't prove things, because in the future, rocks could make water boil.
I know
they don't
want to
today.
take advice. I don't want to take advice from a dude that says that rocks causes waterfalls. So
Why
I'm good.
not?
Thank you.
Oh my God, Mr. Proven. There we go.
There's this whole thing about science. All it does is prove things. When we are on the other side that says no, science is always changing. That nothing is ever proven. Now, can we say something's a fact? Sure. Yeah, after it's...
Yeah, we could, but sure, we can say something's a fact after experiment, but nothing's ever proven. What you need to be institutionalized. You're cluster. You're a dumb fuck.
It's QA. Quick. Sir, I've got my hand up, sir. So, question from the class. If something's a fact, is it proven?
I would like to think so.
It's not proven though.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. It's proven.
How about a factual fact?
Do you have proof of your proof?
Got enough evidence.
Factually, I do.
Definitely put something in the fact category, but as far as saying it's proven for all times and we don't need to worry about it anymore.
Oh, Blue Sniffer. What if you were going to put something in the fact category? Would it mean it's proven for all time? Because it would be a fact, wouldn't it? Like you're a shill. Act like that.
It's a situation where...
Uh-oh. Good mic.
Yeah.
Warning, good mic.
Not for long, because I didn't. I'm without headphones. it's a situation where there's a certain group of people, we call them anti-flat earthers, ballers mainly, who just don't adhere to the meanings of words, like horizontal and vertical. They use these words, level, as if they have anything to do with their paradigm. This is very much the same because you have Jeran Campanella using words like true, using words like fact, using words like proof, but not adhering to the definitions of those words. So it's not even a case of him understanding or not understanding. So it's a case of him not adhering, just like the guy across from him, to the true definitions of words.
Yes.
It's a Socratic issue where they want to use words they have no business using in that context.
It's also a lead paint chip issue. and a fluoride issue, but yeah, that's one of the issues. Yeah, good point. All right.
You know, our side didn't believe in that.
Yeah. No.
Our side didn't accept without evidence of that. That's what he just said. Dumbass.
I think you definitely were coming at it at the right angle, like I said.
You think that's at the right angle? What is a right angle, by the way? You dumbass cracker.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. You definitely did the right thing, Jeran.
But
yeah, it should always be about what claims best match reality.
Totally.
The problem with
it's about which claims, which stories best match reality. I have a couple matches here. My ass in your face. Yeah. There's a match.
That's not a match. That's the new standard. Yeah. So we've just talked about proof, facts. Yeah. Nah, it's not that. Yeah? Rocks may make water boil. Yeah, in the future, but what model? What
shouldn't disrespect your behind that much.
Sorry, Flatsy.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I was saying you shouldn't disrespect your behind that much.
All you have to do is start talking. You're going to interrupt Adam because he hasn't stopped since he got on here.
I didn't want it to get too far away because you matched your behind to his face. So it's like, don't disrespect your behind that much.
I got thanks. Thanks for the interruption too. Maybe Adam lost his train of thought. Perhaps.
Hopefully. I may be a little emotive, but I hope genuinely, Pete. I'm not normally like this. This is very.
Oh yes,
egregious.
you are. Oh, you're normally like this. Yes, you are.
Oh yeah, I am. Yeah, you're right. But today I feel particularly validated to behave like this.
Yeah, I feel that too. I agree. You're fine. We're not rushing through this. We'll go ahead and do the rest of it on BALLBUSTERS for the next 8 shows. We've only gone 6 minutes and 26 seconds. It's taken.
We're gonna American through it.
What?
We're gonna American through it.
We're gonna American through it. What's that mean?
We're not gonna. You said we're not rushing through this, and I said we're gonna American through it.
I got you, you little clever dog. You.
Is that now you've got a flat Earth group who says they have no map, no model, and they make no claims.
Now you got which flat Earth group is that? You don't have a map, don't have a model, and you don't make claims. Which one's that?
That right. That was the standards. That's why I interrupted. Yeah, that's his new standards now. Whose claims, whose just so story best fits the observation?
Oh, that was the.
Why would you invoke that as your new set of standards? It's for one reason. It's because I've been to Antarctica and saw the sun. So instead of having things that are being proven, it's no. Who's got the best story for what I can see in reality? Who can make the best just so story so that my brain can relax and I can pretend that I suddenly have an understanding of the universe again?
Good point. Good point. Way to stick on that topic. He jumped to the maps model horseshit, but you are correct in what you just said. Yep. Which just so story matches the shit I see is what he just said. Yep. What a clown. Now we're on to which flat Earth group is it? Let's go. I'm going to pull another J. You know why? Because I can. Listen to what he says.
About what claims best match reality. The problem.
Yeah, just so stories best match reality. Yep, we already went over that.
With today is that now you've got a flat Earth group who says they have no map, no model, and they make no claims.
So there's a flat Earth group out there that says they have no flat Earth. They have no. Did he say flat Earth map or just map? I think he just said map. No map, model. Yeah, models. Yeah, and make no claims. Yeah.
Who do you? Oh, hold up. Who the Scooby Doo do you think that could be? What kind of collective would say, "No, I haven't got a map, don't do models, and I make no claims"?
That's me.
That's you. We got that sumbitch.
I was going to go with Bev.
I know at least 100 person like that.
Yeah, you talk. Do you think he's talking about Bev?
No, I'm joking. It doesn't matter. What we know who he's talking about.
Oh,
what? I think you basically.
Me? Now, I'm going to have a problem with the fucking model because these glue sniffers don't know what a scientific model is. That's what they're implying, by the way. Yes, there is no model, and globetards don't have one either. Now, as for the map and don't make no claims, yeah, we got maps. Yeah, every single fucking one of them. Yeah, number one. And number two, I make plenty of claims. Plenty. I got a website full of them. They've been there for years. So he's definitely not talking about me. He's definitely not talking about flat Earth debate, FED bad. Who's he talking about?
He's talking about Nathan. When in debate, Nathan says, I'm not making any claims here.
No.
This
is a little bit wrong, right? He's right about the model. The map thing is, it's 50-50. But the claim thing is gas pressure fills the available lower pressure volume, like basically the diffusion of gases. Is that a claim or is that just a fact?
That's a fact.
Right. Is an elevation angle, right, a right angle triangle that has a horizontal adjacent baseline?
Yeah, that's a fact.
Is that a fact or a claim?
That's a fact.
Right. Do airplanes fly straight?
How many examples are we going to go through here, Mr. Pedantic?
The point is that we don't need claims. We've got facts. So, yeah, we don't make too many of those claims because we got facts instead.
All right, good point.
Well, what I would say to Brian there is, Brian, I appreciate those facts, but in the future, if I was to take the container and put a stone in it, maybe I could take the lid off. Or if I could take a right-angled triangle and put a stone in it, maybe I could have a curved baseline. Who knows in the future?
Yep, that's what he's implying.
I say sarcastic, but this is the level of retardia that's being appealed to by these disingenuous shithouses that, for some reason, want to reject the pinnacle of man's achievement with regards to proving something, a cause and effect proof. Yeah, it is the scientific method. For either of them to sit there and decry it is be fundamentally retarded. It's not a flat Earth thing. It's like I said, it's the pinnacle of man's achievement of how we prove things to each other. Yeah, these guys go, no, well, proof's not like a fact, is it? I've got facts, I take those, but that might not necessarily always be a proof. You retards.
Yep, they're retarded.
They're binning they're not attacking us. They're saying, I disagree with all of modern civilization and the fundamental principles that underpin it. Because Earth's definitely a ball, honest.
Yeah.
Why was science brought into it anyway? Because they were claiming that the body of science proves globe, right? That's the only reason why.
In the beginning.
No, they're bringing it in to attack science because once you accept what science is and the fundamental principles and then you use them, it destroys on many levels with these fundamental principles that have been demonstrated scientifically or through natural law that the suggestion.
Thank the Lord.
No. I'm not stopping here. The fundamental, because that's a bit rude. Because I'm only responding to Neil. Yeah.
You call it booger rude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, Booger.
You want to say it again?
Super chat.
Eddie Wayne sent meant show loving it. I don't know what that means.
That's okay.
Okay, and I've not changed my mind. There's still a pair of absolute sausages.
Right. So, mint show means that's brilliant. It's a bit like when Michael Jackson said bad is good. Mint means good.
Ah.
That's mint, that is. That's totally mint, that.
Well, thanks for. Can I continue? Thanks.
And so, they shouldn't even be allowed in the
And
conversation.
they and Psy. Another sentence fragment, you friggin' moron. Oh, shit, I hit the wrong button.
Who
now I'm going to get ads. I try to see the time, too. I'll get there. Shut up. Friggin' Pringles, idiot.
Earth Observer is probably the worst at that. The no claims, it's just.
Oh, we're back in the game. Hold on.
Of science.
Yeah.
It's reality.
Totally.
And the problem with today is that now you've got a flat Earth group who says they have no map, no model.
We're back, baby.
And they make no claims. And so they shouldn't even be allowed in the conversation of.
You shouldn't even be allowed in conversation, idiot, moron, sentence fragment, clown. Go ahead.
Just pause, because I'm happy with that indictment. So if somebody indicted me and said, you've got no map, no model, I was absolutely fine with that. No, I haven't. Yeah, what I have got is the knowledge that everything that you think you've got is based on flat Earth measurements.
Yep.
What I have got is the ability to destroy any notion, as I was in the middle ramble of, with regards to a ball. So, if you think that the way in which you prove we are living on a spinning space pair, is by asking me, can I provide you a just so story like a, excusing your lack of understanding for the term model, but a model of what I believe, and if I can't prove that, that justifies your inability to demonstrate your model. That's the argument. That where are we at with these two idiots that they're trying to use this falsified logic to justify
morons.
their position?
Adam, they're idiots.
Well, why are they stroking each other's balls then and lying to each other? That's what I'm hearing.
They have to.
Yeah. Good, isn't it? It's so funny, isn't it? Look at this. Jeran stroking Simon Dan's balls, and Simon Dan saying, back in the day, I thought you and Bob were really lovely. You were really lovely. I loved the argument you presented. It was honest and genuine. Now, what about that wanker, Oakley?
I was just going to say that. What about that Nathan guy was bad?
That's exactly what's going on here. It's hilarious, man. You're right.
Of science.
Yeah.
It's not a scientific endeavor.
They are the worst. And level.
What's not a scientific endeavor? What? Well, I missed something there. Hold on. A J and a 5. I need to get that full thought. What's not a scientific endeavor, you sentence fragment moron?
Now you've got a flat Earth group who says they have no map, no model, and they make no claims. And so, they shouldn't even be allowed in the conversation of science.
Yeah.
It's not a scientific endeavor.
They shouldn't be allowed in the conversation of science.
Welcome to the conversation of science. Before we let you in, have you got a map, a model? What? You retard. You absolute... Carry on making an arse of yourself. Yeah?
Yes, sir. What are you going to say, Sci-Fi Scam?
They are the worst. And
they are the worst.
Level Earth Observer is probably the worst.
Level Earth Observer. Who's that?
He's the guy that lets people into the conversation of science without a map or model.
Oh, I got you. All right, fair enough. Damn Level Earth Observer. You little scammer, you.
That the no claims, it's just
an easy way out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can just.
Everyone knows who Level Earth Observer is. Everyone knows that. Fucking glue sniffer.
No matter what anybody says, you could just say, I believe in demonstrable reality.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I believe in demonstrable reality. So you accept without evidence demonstrable reality. It kind of doesn't make sense.
Just pause. Is he attacking that somebody says, I believe in demonstrable reality? And your rebuttal must be, whoa, don't believe your eyes, pal, you idiot. Is that not what he's saying?
Yes, I think so.
What kind of retard these flat earthers are? They actually believe their eyes. You know, the ones that God gave them? Retards think they will.
Don't count. You need a map.
We looked at it.
No. Gotta go back. Let's go back and get the full thought. So, because you never know with this glue. It was probably the second half of a sentence fragment.
The no claims, it's
just an easy way out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you just, no matter what anybody says, you could just say, I believe in demonstrable reality.
Yeah.
Well, we demonstrated it. We looked at it, so it's...
You looked at it and, hey, what the hell happened?
What the hell did he just say?
I have no idea.
Once again, yeah, because he was in a position there, right? Yeah, we looked at it and it was flat, wasn't it, Jeran? That's the trouble when you finish that sentence, which is why he couldn't finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we looked at it and, Jay, I know the three on your side.
I'll give you 15. I'll give you, Jay, I'll give you 15 seconds.
Server's probably the worst at that. The no claims, it's
just an easy way out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you just, no matter what anybody says, you could just say, I believe in demonstrable reality.
Yeah.
Well, we demonstrated it. We looked at it, so it's...
You
got him, Adam.
Yeah. You know what I mean? That's exactly what he's saying. He's attacking it. He's ridiculing demonstrable reality from because as a proof. So why would you believe your eyes? And then he's actually gone, oh shit, yeah, and cited something, and then realised if he does cite it, oh shit, it proves it's flat. So he's going,
Well, it's actually worse than that. What they're actually trying to do at present, and this is an ongoing thing on their side, and he's on their side, is to exclude demonstrations that prove things, right, as true and factual, to exclude them from the debate.
There is no debate.
He did, Brian. He just said,
that's my point. It isn't happening because we want it.
Yeah. What, a demonstration like, I don't know, the Mickelson-Morley? That sort of demonstration. Yeah, why would you believe it?
This is a long string of incoherent fucking drivel. Is all this
Brilliant.
is. It's retarded.
Isn't it brilliant? It's 2025, right? And our adversaries and what we've weaseled out of the community that tried to poison it over the past 5 years, yeah? And now in wedlock, and look at them.
Yeah.
And what all they've done we've spent, I don't know how long, a good amount of time, and we're only 6 minutes in, and their words are so duplicitous, contradictory, and fundamental bullshit, yeah? We've only got this 6 minutes in, and we've got 50 off to go still.
You're looking forward to it.
I've had 10 years of these battles, mate. These are crowning glories. Listen to these guys cot waffle. I'm enjoying this last minute where Jeran says it's unreasonable for anybody to believe their eyes. Carry on, Mr. Campanella.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get that across to them.
Yeah, the thing that makes me laugh the most about him is he's like, I know it's not a ball, but I know it's not a ball. I know that, but I don't know what it is.
I know it's not a ball, and I don't know. No, we don't make that argument. Even if we did make that argument, if we know and we can demonstrate it's not a ball, and there's only two choices, then that person is still golden, because that's called the disjunctive syllogism. Whereas if you disprove one of the two choices, therefore the other must be true. You dumb fuck, dumbass cracker. So that's not the case. And like I said, if it was the case, your ass would still be grass. Dumbass.
But again, it's an attempt to indict. If you can't give me a proper Just So story, then you're a retard. Yeah, you have to be wrong. Yeah, his logic is faulty here as well. In terms
That's what
of
I just
how
said.
Yeah, how you could justify holding a worldview? It's so far up his own ass.
Yeah.
And incorrect.
It's stupid. He just made a just train wrecked himself again. He's a dumbass.
Right. That's what they all say. That's the mantra.
Right. That's what they all say. That's what? Stereotype fallacy. It's about the third or fourth one you did. We're recognizing Mr. Smirk over here. That's what they all say. I don't say that. That's why stereotypes are fallacies. Blue sniffing idiot.
And you have to start people off with that. Like, we know it's not a sphere. So, and then it really is indoctrination. Once a
whoa, another sentence fragment.
Right. Well, no. It's an important sentence fragment now. We know it's not a sphere. And I will adopt that sentence. Yeah? And I'll own it. Okay? Now, how do I know something, Jeran? I can prove it, can't I? So,
no, proven.
Yeah, it's not for me to be egotistical and describe the workings of creation, but I know, and I can demonstrate, and I can prove that it's not as you describe through many different methods. Yeah, science, logic, observation, demonstration, all of these things. I can use those capabilities I have to know it's not a ball. Now, moving forwards, do I need to prove to you that what it is for what I've just shown to you, it can't be to be valid? No, I don't have to do that, do I? I've just shown to you it's not a ball. Here's why. Now, there's no loss of validity if after you go, oh shit, that's hit me like a ton of bricks. Well, tell me what it is then. Yeah. And if you can't, then I can ignore what you've just shown me.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. They're idiots. They're abject idiots, man. Yeah. You got it.
A sphere. So, and then it really is indoctrination. Once a
Now we're into you don't know what indoctrination is. You've never been near it.
How do you indoctrinate somebody into making the statement that they don't know what it is?
Yeah. Yeah, because it was a sentence fragment. You see, he's on another point. He's bouncing off the funhouse mirrors and the caper-sized piece of horse shit in between his ears. You don't know what's coming next.
A audience member has heard that enough times and from a number of different creators, then they start repeating it. It's like this new thing. I don't know if you've heard the.
Here we go again.
Start repeating it now. There are certain things I've repeated from you, but they're not actually your words. They tend to be me repeating your citation of some experiment. And the things where we repeat, yeah. But what we don't do is chant like you Muppets. I saw the sun next to a penguin, so it's a ball. Because that's all you've got. That's chanting.
Where did you practice that?
That's called wit. I invented it off the cuff.
That was really good.
We can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't tell what you're walking on by looking at the ceiling. That it's a duh.
Super chat.
It's a duh super chat. Thanks, Booger.
Mike 808 sent a super chat.
Oh, thanks, Mike. Where are we going with this, you little glue sniffers? Let's see.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, hilariously bad.
I know.
It's bad. Yeah, that's what I do. I told you.
Is that bad like good in the Michael Jackson sense? So basically it's mint.
Yeah, I take when the wife and I go out on a date and like I said, she's had a skiing accident many years ago. She has to be careful what she walks. You know, you can't have to watch out for those slants or any crevices and stuff. You got to be careful of that. So what I do is, like when we walk into a museum, I go, honey, stay right here. I open up the door and I look up at the ceiling just to make sure that when she comes in and walks on floor, there's nothing impeding her or no obstacles in her path. That's what I do. Fucking idiot.
Because that's what I do before I lay carpet down.
You can only look. You can only look up with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, though.
Well, thanks, John.
Well done, John. I was going to say, the only way you could use that ceiling is to assume a horizontal plane of reference in the first place for you to describe any undulations in the soil with respect to.
Oh, boy.
We don't get to just outlaw certain lines of research.
He thinks it's research that that's research to this glue sniffer that you can look up into the sky and tell what you're walking on. That's research to him. Oh my God, you're right, Adam. This is gold, sir. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Anything else, glue sniffer?
Or evidence. I mean, you can't just say, "Oh, we don't look at that to determine this." No, it's evidence. We look at everything.
Oh, it's evidence. Then it's proof. You look at everything. I thought you were looking up at the sky to tell what the ground is. Why do you look at everything now? You just contradicted yourself, you idiot fuckstick. My God.
So, but you notice that what happens is once one.
So you notice what happens is what happens to what?
Creator says it.
When one creator says what?
Then the other creators pick up on it, and then
the other creators pick up on what? And say, do you have an example?
And the audience picks up on it, and then they all believe it.
When somebody says something and the other ones pick it up and they say it over again, and then the audience, whatever audience he's talking about, hears it, they just accept it without evidence. Really? For example.
But if the audience accept it without evidence and evidence doesn't necessarily prove anything, why would that be a problem?
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem for him. He said he doesn't believe in proof before. Not today.
This is the desperation of their argument. So instead of dealing with any evidence that may or may not be disseminated by one creator or another, something that could help you elucidate some knowledge, something that would prove something or not, what they want to talk about is a bit like The View. Yeah, they want to be like Whoopi Goldberg and attack the individual as opposed to dealing with the message. Yeah, this is like women's daytime TV.
That's what I told you. It's two biddies out on the back porch gossiping incoherently. That's exactly. You got it. Yep.
You can now from the outside looking in, I can just see this stuff happening a mile away.
Yeah,
really? Show.
I bet you can because you've got such a real insight.
I bet you can, boy.
I can example it. The story of gravitational accretion was made up by some dude. He said it to someone else. Everyone else just accepted it, and now it's part of the rhetoric of heliocentrism.
Good job, John. Exactly. There's thousands of those. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, when sort of the
when sort of or exactly that. What do you mean when sort of?
Bunkers really started taking off, and we always used to chat with each other, and it was
who chatted with each other.
Always sort of decide.
Now we got sort of squared.
Did that? We were never really trying to turn. So, for example, if we were doing a video on you,
sentence fragment.
We weren't really trying to turn your head and make you realize you were wrong. It was your audience.
Make you realize he. Look at the look on his face. What the fuck? I just looked over there. What is this, Goober?
I know what it is.
What?
What did you say? What's his name was? You gave him a new name, a Gomer?
Gomer Pile Fuckstick.
The last part, that's that look.
So,
audience that we were worried about, not you personally, because we knew there'd be a lot of people on the fence who could be swayed either way.
What the hell are you even talking about?
Right.
Oh, so they were worried about it, huh?
One thing that you guys maybe don't realize is how little the actual flat earthers watch you.
Oh, I can believe
that's true. That's actually true. Yeah, we don't want your dumb ass. We've seen enough on the first video. I've seen enough as soon as you deleted that thread when I asked you what a scientific hypothesis was. I knew who exactly you were, you dumbass cracker.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, we don't.
Come on, Brian.
Just 1 second, Adam. Sorry, I'll be quick. Yeah, we don't watch their videos because their videos are trash.
Yep.
That's why we don't watch their videos.
Exactly.
That's simple. Yeah. They're either a character assassination or they have straw man arguments, or they've changed the facts, or they're denying the facts. What's the point in wasting our time watching their videos? There's nothing to watch. Go on, Adam. Thank you.
Well, same point. Summarise. But did I actually just? Where are we? 8 minutes 31. Is that the first set of true words that Jeran's just spoke?
Yes.
To this guy.
Yep.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Flat Earthers don't watch your shit, Simon Dan. Never have.
Yep.
Yeah, they're kind of told not to. I mean, in a way.
Whoa! What the hell did he say?
Oh my God!
Hold on. Let's hear it again.
One thing that you guys maybe don't realize is how little the actual flat earthers watch you.
Oh, I can believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of told not to. I mean, in a way.
They're kind of told not to.
In a way.
In a way.
They're kind of told. I was told not to watch Sci-Fi Scam. Really? Can you show? Did anyone give you that guidance out there?
How did we ever find this? If people followed that,
it's too stupid to even comment.
I was just thinking the same thing.
What this is.
Oh, you're gonna interpret this for us? What this glue sniffing drivel is, really?
That's Brian's job.
Yeah, I am going to do it. Yeah, what this is him trying to put himself in a position of innocence. Because at that point, him being one of the supposed claimed leaders of Flat Earth for years, then he would have had to have been doing that. When did he do that? And if he did do that, he's trying to claim innocence now as if he was misled and told he wasn't allowed to watch Simon Dan. Who told him that? Was it Nathan? Was it you? What was it, Bob Nodell? No, nobody told anyone you're not allowed to watch anything. No one. I have never suggested to my subscribers to not watch their videos. All I ever did was point out that those guys are idiots or liars. That's it. So that's a complete and utter shambles. Why he's not coming out with that?
No,
that's what I think.
No. Yeah, he train wrecked himself again. You had a unique take on it, Brian. You're right.
And also, I just wanted to add, Jeran actually has told people not to watch Nathan. So
that's true.
You're right. Who said that? Who said that? Who just said that?
Oh, it's me, Amir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right, sir. You're exactly right. Yep. Good on you.
Even be subconsciously.
Uh-oh, now we're going to the subconscious.
Oh, God.
Like, I wouldn't even watch you unless somebody sent me a video and said, hey, what do you think about this? It's not like I would be like, oh, Simon Dan put out a video, let me go watch. In fact,
did somebody tell you not to watch him?
You do the opposite. You want to avoid that.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be something in there that's going to make you feel uncomfortable, or something in there that's going to bug you.
Really? Or it's just plain stupid idiot shit from an abject retard. Could it be that?
It'll make somebody that just believes Earth is flat to feel uncomfortable. But if you know Earth is flat, there's nothing they have.
Yep, you're right.
So yeah, I mean, and I didn't really notice that fully until it was me, and I noticed that I wasn't being watched by any, and I realized, okay, so they just
another
sentence fragment. You're right.
Pause a second.
I'm paused.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you heard me. You weren't going back to press play again because you said something.
Oh, God.
You said sentence fragment. Anyway, I'm not fully to blame here.
Oh, yes, you are.
I'll take 50%. Anyway, don't matter. I'm pretty sure that these guys' videos are played constantly and have been played constantly for several years on Nathan's now. And are we not playing one of those videos now on your show to your audience?
Yep.
So we're not wanting our subscribers or the people that are in Flat Earth to not watch these guys when you and Nathan are constantly playing their material to your audiences.
Yes.
I don't know. Something's not gelling there.
You think? Oh, boy, man. Yeah. Good one.
It was me, and I noticed that I wasn't being watched by any, and I realized, okay.
Watched by any what? Yeah, we weren't watching your dumbass. We already knew you're the demonstrated idiot. Why would we watch you?
But they were watching us, QE. Remember?
I know.
So they just easily pushed me into that category of, now he's a Glober, he's paid off,
Now we're into pushing you into a category. Where's the connections? Where's the transitions? Minus the friggin' sentence fragments. This is incoherent, disconnected drivel by a grown, supposed adult. Ladies and gentlemen.
Compromise. So they just block, and it's not like, let's tune in and see what Jeran has to say today. They refuse.
They refuse. Who?
Yeah.
Who did?
And probably for the same reason, right? They know that there's going to be something uncomfortable in there.
Yeah, totally.
Totally. Yes, totally.
Well, talk about it a bit more, actually. So I came...
Talk about it a bit more. Talk about what a bit more?
onto the scene in late 2017.
He came in 2017, not with your videos. You didn't. You're still clueless, even about your arrival, idiot.
I mean, there was a few sort of biggish people around by the time.
Now we're getting into biggish people. Adam's kind of biggish.
Not as big as Jeran. He's like 4 or 5 stone on me.
Badass.
Time I'd come in, but I want to know from an ex-flat earther, am I...
No, he's not an ex-flat earther. He was never a flat earther to begin with. So he's not ex-anything.
The pain in the ass that I hope I am to flat.
You're a pain in the head? No, you're not a pain in the ass. You're a laughing stock, son. I did a treatment on his dumbass back there a few years ago. I had a load of fun. Blue sniffer.
That's very telling.
Probably not as much
just
as
for a second, because
Cut.
I don't know who he thinks he's been a pain in the ass to. But
Coherency.
He's been absent in the flat Earth debate. He's been nowhere. You've not been a pain in our ass, mate. The last time we saw you, you turned up and showed that there was only one reference frame, and I went, your reference frames are ruined, Nathan. Demonstrating your abject retardedness in your understanding of your own paradigm.
Yeah, paradigm. That's exactly right.
Don't forget to stutter. Your reference frames are ruined.
Pardon me. He did come out in December of 2017.
Did he?
I found a video.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Just
before you press play.
Too late.
Around by the time I come in, but
Now go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, actually, out of all the ballers out there, at no point at all, I can say this with hand on heart, as Nathan would say, at no point at all was Simon Dan ever even remotely, and even annoying to me. And that even annoyed me. I just saw him just as the guy who was on YouTube making YouTube videos. I didn't see him as a source of information or anything. I actually found him kind of funny, even when he was having a go at us. To be honest with you, I found him entertaining. So he definitely wasn't a pain in the neck, that's for sure. And as Adam said, he doesn't even understand his own paradigm, as he proved with his statement about reference frames. So, I mean, no, Dan, you've been absolutely great. I'd watch one of Dan's videos without even, I wouldn't be frustrated, I wouldn't be angry, I wouldn't be anything. You know what I mean? I wouldn't feel like I need to respond to it. Nothing. It was just like, oh, there's Dan, he's a bit of fun. That's it. Dan, I think you need to have a different view.
I'll tell you what you would need after you watch one of his videos. You'd have to read a hardback book.
I want to know from an ex-flat earther, am I the pain in the ass that I hope I am to flat earth?
No.
No.
Probably not as much as you would like, but because they can really just keep going, right? All
right. 2 points of honesty from Jeran.
Yeah.
Dave Weiss just
But I think he's about to soften the blow.
Now we're into Dave Weiss would get there if Adam would put a cork in it. But
yeah, but well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, but no, but let's talk about Dave Weiss because frankly, you're a twat, mate, that people laugh at, frankly. And Jeran, what a guy, eh? And instead of just pointing out the truth, his experience, no, you're an inconsequential dickhead, mate, that people laugh at.
Yeah.
Who hasn't had an argument, in the 7-8 years that you claim to have been here, you're a nobody, mate. And you're... Well done, almost, Jeran. But go on, make friends.
Yeah, he's jumping to David Weiss for some reason. Like I said, it's directionless drivel.
Probably not as much as you would like, but because they can really just keep going, right?
Yeah,
this is what I noticed is that Dave Weiss.
Not that right. Pause.
You did it again.
No, because Jeran, I was waiting for the excuse. Right? Am I any good? No. Right. He said, didn't he? Right? No. Right. Oh, yeah, but it's not because of your fault. It's not because it's not because you've got good arguments and they ignore them. Which is what he could have. It's just because they keep going. We just keep going. What on fact?
Yeah, you got it. You're listening closely. Yeah, it's really stupid.
Right? Yeah, this is what I noticed is that Dave Weiss just blocks everybody who.
Dave Weiss that comes up out of the blue. Dave Weiss just blocks everyone. Big Globe Dave. He's no more a flat earther than when you said you were a flat earther.
Who disagrees with them. So he never sees any of your videos or tune or...
Why would anyone watch McBooger Eater? The sun's still solid enough for you, dumbass.
A creaky or
to
anybody,
laugh.
You know,
Creaky? Creaky, you're a crackhead. Who would watch that degenerate? Creaky. My God. Let's go back. I heard you, Flatsy. Nice one.
Really just keep going, right?
Yeah,
this is what I noticed is that,
We'll just keep going.
Dave Weiss just blocks everybody who disagrees with him, so he never sees...
Dave Weiss, JFK just did this and did that, and Mars Lambo did this and did that, and...
Right, just pause it back. Brian made this point. Okay. So when Dave Weiss was your friend, Jeran, did he do that then as well, and you tolerated it and didn't tell anyone?
Yes.
Or is it just a new trait since you saw penguins and sunshine?
Sing it.
I can't remember it. You do it.
I think he said, I think it was like, I saw penguins in the sunshine.
In the sunshine. They're little flippers. Glitting in the sun.
Sunbathing in the sun.
Sees any of your videos or tune or creaky or anybody. You know, this is what I think people fail to realize is how easy it is if you want to be in an echo chamber to build.
What echo chamber? You mean Globebusters? For years, Globebusters was an echo chamber. Ever since it started to its end was the prime example, the poster child of an echo chamber. Yeah. Doofus.
Build that echo chamber for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you did.
You can just, once you just hit block one time on creaky and then get...
You don't have to block anything. You just don't let anyone in. Yeah. That's what the echo chambers are made of.
Guess what? You don't see any more of his videos. So
that's great.
For somebody like Dave, and I...
Now, back on Dave again.
I noticed this when he was doing an interview recently and he said, oh, here's a picture of, this is from NASA. And it's a picture of like red rocks and then there's like some trees and bushes in there.
Really?
I'm just like, what? That's ridiculous. So I said, of course that's not, I looked it up, did the backwards check of the video.
Of course, there's another sentence fragment. You looked it up, you did a backwards check on the photo.
Image and found where it was from. But then, 2 weeks later, he's still saying it. And at first I wanted to say, oh, this guy's, but I'm like, no, he's never seen my video.
Another sentence fragment.
And then as a flat earther, they're not going up to him and saying, hey, Dave, you're wrong about this.
As a flat earther, they're not going up to, that doesn't make any sense. What, that didn't make any sense. What? My word.
You're wrong about that.
Yeah.
They're just not. They just kind of let it go.
Who's there?
So what ends up happening is you just have...
Has this become pardon me, John. Has this become retards preaching about their right to spout idiotic crap and us have to listen to it? Is that what this has become?
Yeah, I don't know. It's horrible. It's such a bad look for these fucking bozos that they're too stupid to realize it. It's a one big nothing burger, but it's good for a laugh.
A bunch of people being wrong often.
What bunch of people were wrong often? And what were they wrong about? And how often?
And then people learning that stuff.
What people learning? What people? They're learning stuffsies.
Think it's right, and then they're
think what's right.
They're also told to block you guys.
And then they're also told to block you guys. What the fuck is this? Incoherent and ramble. What? Huh? You need to be institutional. Before I press play. Pause, play.
So they don't see the
goddamn video. Refracted. Imagine if it was okay to sit and watch somebody slowly drown. Like that. If it was okay, that's kind of where we're at right now. That's kind of the pleasure, yeah? Listen to the bullshittery, the nonsense, the self-justification.
Yeah, it's so cringe, but I love it.
It's brilliant.
Learning that stuff.
It's brilliant.
Think it's right, and then they're also told to block you guys, so they don't.
We're also told to block you, whoever he's talking about.
And then my mom said I couldn't play with you, so I wasn't allowed to go there and speak the truth anymore because my mom said, actually Bob said.
Well, I feel like the indictment is kind of like, because I don't waste my time listening to you retards spout your gibberish, I'm blocking you.
I don't know.
No, I'm just not. Yeah, I'm just not listening to you, dumbass. You know, that's all it is.
Or we could, after 10 minutes, between Simon Dan, the well-known ball-tard, yeah, and Jeran, the ex-flat earther, the most famous ex-flat earther who's converted.
The biggest.
Converted back. He's quit the ball, man. He's quit the ball, yeah? Or we could be hearing while these two guys can factually demonstrate to you, with proof, evidence, or things you may just believe today. I don't know the difference. Yeah. Why it's now a ball to these guys. Why we're so stupid. But they can't, can they? All they can say is, well, yeah, well, they did this. Yeah. And then if you got too leery, right, in the flat earth community, what would happen was, like Nathan and Huey, you'd take you around the back to the bike sheds, and then they'd punch you really hard until you said, oh, no, it's not a ball, sir. Models don't exist, sir. Like that. And then they'd let you back in the playground.
No, we wouldn't. We'd tell them to block them first.
Block them? Yeah.
Look at that. How ironic. So this is the walnut-sized piece of horse shit in sci-fi scams brain right here. I don't know what these things are flying. Is this spinning in here? And then you forgot to put the funhouse mirrors in here. Fucking ass
Looks
clown.
like a Catherine wheel.
See the retraction. They don't see the other side. So what is?
We don't see the other side. Other side of what?
What does that end up with? It just ends up with a bunch of people who are very wrong, who think that
a bunch of people who are very wrong. Which people? And what are they wrong about?
that they're very right, and are very cocky about it.
Yeah.
Cocky about it. Cocky about what?
Definitely.
Which is
Definitely.
One thing I have noticed change was in the first couple of years, there was definitely a lot of videos being made about me by Flat Earthers.
About you?
About him.
For what?
He just, he's took a kick in the nuts. So, how much do they annoy you, flatters? Well, not really, if I'm being honest, says Jeran. Yeah, but how good am I? Says Simon Dan. Never really, I must be quite good, mustn't I? Come on, let's bring it back to me. Yeah. How much I've impacted on making people realize that the Earth's flat.
Yeah. So how can people not be watching you? Jeran said, no, flat earthers don't give a shit. And at the same time, have a bunch of flat earthers make videos about you. Remember that idiot train of thought you had earlier? It's incongruent. You glue-sniffing idiot. Fucking Skeletor numpty dipshit. But you're a moron. You contradict yourself with every frigging breath. My God.
I would say the last 2 years, hardly any. So, like, hardly anyone's doing it now.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that...
It's a good point. You missed the point before. Remember you said no one gave a shit about him? But now people in the last 2 years, they kept not giving a shit about him? My word.
That's just because maybe... I was going to say... but
That's just because maybe I'm just going to say fucking sentence fragments galore.
That hurt their numbers or not?
That hurt their numbers or holy shit.
No, I don't know why. I think that's just what are they going to do a video on?
What are they? Who are they?
You're usually pointing out some flaw.
Some flaw. He couldn't. This fucking guy. He couldn't point out a flaw in wet toilet paper. He's a goober.
That was my point earlier. Other than humiliating himself when he thought he had a point, setting your reference frames are ruined, Nathan. It's the only time he's been in the serious big boy arena, to present an argument where it really matters. Not whether you're just indicting somebody because you think they're this, that, or the other, but actually whether or not you're going to demonstrate something. Yeah. The only time you did, you turned up and made an arse of yourself. That's the reality, dude. So poor old Jeran, what's he supposed to do? He's got to do this for his payday, hasn't he? And look at him struggle, Dan, to give you any kudos. That's very telling. That he can't even just bullshit his way through this. He can't just like make some up where you did once do something really all right so he could talk about it. It's not even there. It's like a job interview, this, isn't it? Yeah. Has he gone for food? Are you gone for more meatballs? Clearly.
Well, he did a really good job, Simon Dan did, about pointing out the flaw in the idea that, there's a non-inertial turning a reference frame under our feet, causing a drift of 15 degrees an hour. He did a really good job at destroying that assumption. I applaud him.
And that's where he's at, isn't he? In the meritorious position in terms of what he's presented within the debate. That was his contribution to show you that there is no separate reference frames. There's only one. Destroying his own position. That's his only thing he's done here when he's brought anything that he thought was of substance. And what did he do there? He mocked. He did it in a mocking way, thinking he knew what he was on about.
I'll tell you what, I got some substance right now.
Have you got it?
I did, because I knew that you'd talk long enough, so I went out and I knew.
I thought you'd gone for more meatballs.
I didn't. I had the meatballs, but I knew in the refrigerator there was cut up watermelon, and it's ice cold, and it's so friggin' good. One of those deep summer watermelons that is absolutely perfect? That's what I have right now. I just wanted everyone to know, eat your heart out, baby.
I can't because I have watermelon cut up as well, ice cold.
That's a damn lie.
Do I have to go show it? Really?
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah. A flat earther's thinking in some way. So it's hard to basically attack you for that, especially if you're right. So
what was he right about? For instance. No?
Rocks in water.
I mean, I can see why they would ignore that. I haven't made a video about you in forever.
No,
throw your name here and there.
Honestly,
I thought you were instructed not to watch his videos. Remember that? Dumbass.
Or he was telling people, because he was in a position of power.
Wow.
Previously, he'd have been telling people, don't watch Simon. Yeah, there must be many a night he sat there with young flat earther saying, well, make sure whatever you do, don't watch Simon Dan.
Whatever you do.
It's funny.
Oh yeah.
It's funny to Jeran, he takes it as Dan proving that there's not a non-inertial turning reference frame as somehow troublesome to him when he was a flat earther.
Yeah.
That bothered him.
You can't make this shit up.
Yeah, the songs. My wife loves the
Shut up.
songs. She is a big fan of the songs.
Yeah,
yeah. So
your wife, what's his name?
Brian.
Let's skip forward a bit then to Behind the Curve, the documentary.
Oh God, that train wreck. All right, look at him.
Before we get there, can we have the clip?
What clip?
I've no idea what clip.
What clip
you were getting?
I didn't get a clip. I went in the refrigerator and got a watermelon.
Oh, I thought you got watermelon and you've got like your reference frames are ruined as well. No, you were just celebrating watermelon.
My refrigerator.
I thought you were at least recognizing what I was talking about. Naive of me.
My refrigerator was spinning though.
Now, I was contacted by Daniel Clark before it came to Netflix, when it was still on iTunes, and said, can you have a watch this? Let me know what you think. Do a little mini review, which obviously I did. How did you process the results?
What'd you get, Adam?
I'm just thinking, so what they did, because I'm so important, is the producers of the video that showed Bob to not show what he's on about. They asked me, would you watch this? And I said, I like it. And at that moment, they proceeded, because I'd said, being the ball earth guru that I am, it's a goer. Go, go, go. Take down Bob. What is this?
Who knows?
Results of that immediately afterwards.
Well, that's one thing about me and you, or why I had a problem with you, was, and I know that since then FTFE has changed his tune, and so has MC Tune, and I thought that they were going to speak to you about it, but really what happened during that test was a
During what test? What test are you talking about?
Right. So is he going to be honest again? Is he going to be honest? Because it sounds like he's going to moan, because he was misrepresented in all of that stuff. Because he just said, this is one of my disagreements with you. So is he just going to, actually stick to reality where, in my opinion, naive as they were, they just still got mugged off with all this stuff, these guys, and got misrepresented and didn't ensure they had the rights they should have done before they just said, oh yeah, just film it how you want and portray me how the hell you like.
You never know. He could shift the Patty sphere any second without a transition.
They miss. Well, let's say this. They
miss another sentence fragment.
Took what we did and kind of chopped it up in a way that they could put it in the movie and make it look like something, right?
Yeah.
And
so I was right.
Yep. To make it look.
We're gonna cry foul.
He's gonna cry foul. All right, let him cry.
So what people don't realize is that
what?
I think what he's saying there is, but you're the kind of shithouse, Simon Dan, that misrepresented that, even though you knew deep down that it wasn't. We were being misrepresented.
Yeah. You're the kind of shithouse, Simon.
that movie actually made me more of a flat earther, because
I bet
if we go out and we do
that, it made you more of a flat. You were never a flat earther to begin with.
Yeah, because the more you're misrepresented, the more you know it's flat. because they're the standards we have now. Because science doesn't prove shit. So if you're going to prove it's flat, make a video, get misrepresented, and know therefore it must be even flat than you first thought.
Science doesn't prove things.
No, science doesn't. Misrepresentation proves you were right.
Yeah, that's what.
Does it prove or prove?
He was now. It was now flat earther.
Neither. It's just a fact.
Unbelievable. This is going to be fun.
And
whoa, what did you fucking say?
That movie actually made me more of a flat earther, because
I bet
if we go out and we do an experiment.
What experiment? You never did an experiment in your life. You don't know what one is. Neither does this glue sniffer. He not only doesn't know what an experiment is, he doesn't know what a hypothesis is. Neither do you, by the way. Remember the 2 hours I had with personal instruction trying to teach your dumbass, and you still couldn't get it? You're dumber than my cat's litter box.
And it doesn't show anything, and we were seeing results for both, and actually
it doesn't do anything. We're seeing results for both. Both what?
You can find the video called Interesting on my channel where
What is that? One of the ones that are not deleted through the years?
Show all the paperwork, show all the receipts.
The paperwork and the receipts. The receipts for what? What'd you buy?
That we all walked away from that event.
This is where he tries to say that what they did was out of context and out of order. For him saying that's interesting when he was in context talking about the Earth. He's an idiot.
Oh yeah.
You should have said that.
This is the trouble, though. If you turn up in the middle of the night along a canal with 2 sheets of hardboard, with holes in it, a flashlight, and some bloke a mile or so away, and then pretend that you're doing an experiment.
Mm-hmm.
What you should have said, QE, is that you have receipts for buying his sister tennis shoes to walk to your house.
Flashlight.
I like that. So his sister was walking to my house.
Yep.
I like that change. All right.
Proven because we saw.
Were they tennis shoes, and how fast could she run?
I said tennis shoes.
Yeah, you did.
Receipts for her tennis shoes.
Receipts that we all walked away from that event thinking nothing was proven because we saw
proven or nothing was proven.
All right, pause.
Both, meaning we.
Too late.
Pause. So, if I asked you, QE, to go in the middle of the night, 2 sheets of hardboard with holes in them, flashlight, and a mate a mile away, what do you think you could prove with that?
That I'm an asshole?
You can shine the light in the dark.
Well, to get a mile of a linear distance, you'd need a straight line, wouldn't you?
You would?
And that's what sadly, that's what he's hoping to prove, that a mile's a linear distance. The way he chose to resolve it, unlike us over at Flat Earth Debate, turn up in the middle of the night by a canal with 2 sheets of hardboard with holes in them and a flashlight and call it an experiment. Now, if you get your ass handed to you, that's not because of any conspiracy, because you're a freaking retard, and the ballers had every right to call you a retard for turning up in the middle of the night by the side of a canal with 2 sheets of hardboard with holes in and a flashlight and a mate a mile away. Yeah, that's an experiment to you. That's your problem, son, isn't it? That you thought that was something that was going to prove something, a fact that probably would be changed in the future, because that's what science is. Carry on.
You're really carrying this, dude. I like your list of ingredients he was taking with him. What was he doing?
2 sheets of hardboard in the middle of the night by a canal with a flashlight. Oh, I forgot the holes in the middle.
Yeah, I was going to get you on the holes in them. Yeah, you got it.
Well, no, the real question is, what were you guys doing the night he did that?
That's the real question. Entertaining his sister.
No, I was watching
Ding, ding, ding. That's the correct answer. I set that up for you to hit that out of the ballpark.
Yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate it. Oh, I knew I wouldn't disappoint you. I'm sharp, sister.
We saw.
I wasn't in Alabama, so all I could do was watch on YouTube.
Yeah, you deviant, you.
And then 17, and then not a 17, and 23. So we were just all over the place. But
Not a 17, not a 17, 23. Can't even finish the sentence. Can you, Dan, why don't you ask him what is electrifa and electripa? Because we've been trying to figure that out for about 4 years now. Can we get some substance in here?
Particular scene of us not seeing it at 17 feet when we're supposed to. And even if you think about it, the guy holds it above his head.
At 17 feet like you were supposed to. Why were you supposed to?
Eat a hardboard with a hole in it. Science, baby.
And then I say, oh, interesting. And then everybody ran with that forever. But
yeah. Everyone ran with that forever. Huh? What?
I have a feeling, I don't know if it's right or not, but I want to go ahead and predict it just in case it happens. But I have a feeling he's about to argue for his previous position that he had back then.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Of course.
Why don't you ask Brian? He could read minds in the future.
Oh, you're right. I should have asked Brian.
Oh boy.
He will explain all that.
Would be 6 feet, but he added his chest and held it above his head, which is a difference of 2.5.
Not as much.
So
yeah,
really it's about 19 and a half that we saw that, not 17, not 23. Now MC Toon's done some math on it, and he came out with
MC McBugger Eater's done math.
Right, you know.
That's begging a question fallacy.
No. This is there's your poker tell, isn't it? Right? How did he describe him? Right? This is the cookery. This is the ranty moment, isn't it, Jeran? You can't call him McToon anymore. You're not allowed, are you?
Thank the Lord!
I'm coming back, bugger.
Eddie Wayne sent, even my one brain cell is struggling with these two. I wonder if they actually listen to themselves, and you lot are too funny.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm sitting here thinking that towards the end, I may get a public service announcement that what everyone's going to have to do, because I'm sorry to have to put you through this, okay? After this is over, I suggest immediately to grab a hardcover book and read a few pages out of it so you get some sense of friggin' coherency back in your life. I was just thinking that. So shout out to you, man. Thanks for the super chat. Hopefully by this time Adam forgot what he was saying.
No, I haven't. Don't you worry. Don't worry. Even Flatty coming in with the shillery tactics all the time, and they're getting me at my actual point, the winning argument, that is trying to derail me. Brian, you're so right. We should watch it.
Do not call my baby booger a shill.
That's what's worse. You use innocent children to disguise your nefarious tactics. Terrible. The point I make here is, and it's something that McToon has decried. Why does anybody know? It's MC. Right. Listen to how does Jeran now describe him today? Again, it's not a big thing, guys. Just another little smug mode. You know, like, yeah? Crichton, smug mode. Smug mode indeed. MC Toon. Is that how you saying it, Jeran? Off you go. Cuckold.
Cuckold. Yeah, that's what he is.
With refraction, what you would...
With refraction? You glue sniffer. After how many years you still don't know what refraction is. It's unimaginable. It's unbelievable. This is like somebody self-purporting that they're a brain surgeon. They've been studying brain surgery for 18 fucking years, and then they don't know what a cerebellum is. That's what this is tantamount to. It's unbelievably stupid. But go on.
Expect the 19 feet that we got.
Okay.
So what I told him is I said, well, here's the thing, Tune, is I said, if let's say it went the other way, that I came home from that event and I made a video saying that we proved flat Earth, and then I showed just one observation.
Yeah.
I said,
just one observation. Would that be an experiment?
See how that's wrong.
Yeah.
How is that wrong?
Because clearly you don't understand what experiment means to Jeran. Experiment is blinking.
I got it.
Just because they took one observation, they didn't tell you.
What if it was two? What if you did blink?
Then you've taken two observations, making it more empirically correct.
Because they repeated it. So what if you do? I was out there shooting my bow, and I was looking through the peep sight out to my pin, and all of a sudden I seen a double pin. So what I did was I blinked real fast, like 5-6 times, and boom, it came back into focus. Did I do a repeat?
Should have winked.
No, see, if you'd have blinked 10 times, then your shot would have been more scientific.
I gotcha. Now I'm tracking.
You about the time before that or the time after that, and I said, where's the scene where after I said interesting, all the people that were there, wouldn't we have all come together and been like, oh shoot, it's a globe? Or there's no scene like that because there's nothing like that happened. It was a middle of the road observation.
Well, middle of the road. What were you doing in the middle of the road?
It's all irrelevant as well, because if you had one observation of it being a globe, then all your observations would be of it being a globe. You're an idiot.
So I had a bad taste in my mouth with those guys from.
You had a bad taste in your mouth from those guys?
Did somebody let him know this is a family show?
That was stopped with excruciating precision. How'd you like that? I bet you I couldn't do it again. We're going to try it, though. That's a full J. Let's see if I can do it.
Like, oh, shoot, it's a globe. Or there's no scene like that because there's nothing like that happened. It was a middle of the road observation. So I had a bad taste in my mouth with those guys from.
I did got the from. All right. I had to try.
The very start.
Okay.
From the very start? The start of what there, Jeran? Get that bad taste out of your mouth.
Because it was misrepresented. I mean, it was.
How did they misrepresent it?
You know, now looking back, maybe Tune's right.
Misrepresent what?
That's what I asked.
What they put in his mouth.
What they put in his mouth. Flatsy, you naughty girl.
Certainly
She's been on the road too long.
You can take one result and call it, final. And then I even tried to go to a lawyer. And
final? You got a lawyer?
They said, well, no, did you actually, is that a real scene? It's like, yes, I really did look through the camera. I really did say interesting. Okay, well, then they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't say you proved a globe. They didn't say you didn't. They just put it at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
So they have, and then, of course, I signed away my life. Basically, you sign a document that says you can use me however you want.
That was really intelligent.
Right.
Which was not a smart move, but.
Use them however they want and put whatever they want in his mouth.
Flatsy!
Sorry, I'll stop.
That's for Adam or somebody else or me to do, not you.
I'm too busy blushing.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what? To be honest with you, the movie was good. The movie was.
It was outstanding, especially the parts with Patty Sphere in it.
Well made. It was pretty. It was, aesthetically pretty.
It was pretty. What? I think I've watched many movies in my life and documentaries. I don't think ever one time where I said to myself, you know what? My conclusion of this is it was pretty. Never.
Photography was good. The audio was great. The picture was everything. The scenography was amazing. Actors was doing good.
Are you gonna get to the end? We got it.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it. No cowbell, just superficial dumb shit.
Pleasing. It just so happened I hated the end, of course.
I agree with you in that.
Just as that clicks through there, QE.
But you're gonna get interrupted. 1 second. I'll stop it after.
So it was pretty pleasing. Did you stop it before he got to the pleasing part? Uh-oh.
Jump that part.
I'm not going to say anything this time.
You said quite enough, young lady. Adam?
What I enjoyed there was the fact that he took a little longer than me, but he just basically said, yeah, I went and did this thing I thought was an experiment that clearly wasn't an experiment, by the way. I've just described it to you. And I was so stupid, I signed off all my rights so they could represent me how the shit they liked. And he admitted it.
Yeah.
Which is the summary that we all had back in the day, which, please don't interrupt me, Flatsy, which is part of the, after the row with Bob, Nathan tried to make it up, and part of all of it was to get these guys out of this shit, to give them a way out, yeah? And they pissed it back in our faces.
Yep.
All of these duplicitous shithouses. We showed them how you could deal with this misrepresentation. It wasn't to cling on that you were doing an experiment. 2 blokes, 2 sheets of hardboard with holes in it, and a flashlight for the 1.5 mile apart. Yeah, wasn't. And to cling on desperately that this is experiment was part of the problem. Part of where we got to.
Superchat.
Thank the Lord, Booger. Thank you, sir.
Now that's timing, Booger. That is timing, son.
That was all his mama. So let's just get that straight. Willie Nanny sent these 2 sausages leaving a bad taste in my mouth.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
See where you've dragged this to, Flatsy?
Yeah.
Oops.
Oopsie. Here we go.
If you're conducting experiments,
he's not conducting experiments. He never did one in his life. You don't know what an experiment is. He doesn't know what it is. You're essentially glue sniffers. You sacrifice your science acumen on a 2nd grade retard altar with every statement you make, like experiments like that. But you're too stupid to realize it.
The whole of the experiment should be shown.
Oh my God.
Totally. I mean, it's not right to publish.
Oh, hold up.
It's not right to publish. You think that's publishing? Go ahead, Adam.
Just right. When I talk about people demonstrating their retardia, yeah, their lack of understanding, a statement like the whole of the experiment should be shown. It's what the fudge does that mean? Yeah. What do you mean by it? Do you mean you need to see the bloke at the other end of the canal holding up some hardboard with a hole in it?
What a hole in it. What a flashlight.
That's the other bloke at the other end. He's got.
Oh my gosh. Nathan Oakley in the chat sent 2 guys 1 flashlight.
Science, baby.
Yeah. Nice. Now, I'm going to have to go through it and go back. No, you know what? The hell with that. Let me go see it now. What do you do? Where's he at?
Underneath the super chat.
Nicely done, Nathan. Nicely done. Thanks, Brizzy. Buddy.
One that stitches you up, basically. Even though you know, even though you know retrospectively that that you were incorrect about the shape of the Earth, that's still not right to do.
Correct. And it actually, like I said, made me more of a flat earther because you thought then is that, oh, if
you weren't a flat earther to begin with, so that's an erroneous statement.
I hate to be repetitive, but wow, you fucktard, Jeran. Yeah? If you sit there chatting with Simon Dan and once again demonstrate that your standards, even back then, the justification of a flat earth was somebody bullying you, being mean, or misrepresenting you, then you're an idiot that never knew it was flat in the first place. Wait, did you?
Got it, Adam. You're all over this. A damn third grader can assess you two bozos in between the iterations of Candy Crush. That's how easy this is like shooting hippos in a fishbowl, dude. Dudes. This is so woefully pathetic. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You should do more interviews. You should do another one tomorrow.
these guys need to lie in order to push what they want to push in their movie, well, then there must be a reason why they have to lie and use me.
Sure.
So, again, it's...
There you go.
reason?
Pause.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yep.
That's the, do you see?
Yep.
That's how you know it's flat.
Yep. That's how he knew. That's how he believed it was flat more.
Just one of those things where I'm sure that they saw that scene, saw me say interesting, and probably thought to themselves, oh, man, this could be...
Oh, I thought he was sniffing glue. Did you see that? 1 second. I looked over there for just a second. I didn't see the water bottle. Check this.
I'm sure that they saw that scene, saw me say interesting, and probably thought to themselves, oh.
This right here, I thought he was sniffing glue.
I thought he was going to accuse him of coke like President Macron of France.
Oh, man, this could be a really great ending because he just saw something and is like shocked by it. So, I mean, again, and then I think it was you. Did you have an interview with them on your podcast or something?
Did you have that? Yeah, did you?
I did interview Daniel Clark. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I think I remember you asking him.
Well, why did you ask him if he had the interview, and then now you said you think you remember him? Remember Dan asking him? That doesn't. That's incongruent.
Oh! I've got a question. Do you think he's going to ask him, Man, Dan, did you ask the producer whether or not two blokes in the middle of the night, two sheets of hardboard with holes in it, and a flashlight stood a mile and a half from potty, is an experiment, Simon Dan? Did you ask him that, Simon Dan?
If I remember this right, it's so funny because it's so long ago. But you asked him if there was anybody upset about the movie, and you know he never mentions me. So
Pause.
He never even mentioned me.
Pause. Feelings, nothing more than feeling. Did you ask him whether anyone was menstruating that week that might have ruined the experiment? What the arse he won about, mate?
Adam, you can't. It's a good thing I wasn't drinking anything.
That may have been a little too far.
Yeah, that would have been all over the display. That was a good one. But yes, conceptually, you're right on point.
Whole podcast.
That's interesting. That is interesting, actually.
That's very interesting. It's so interesting. That's the name of the video.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm the only one who had a problem, really.
Look at this poor ass cat that he has. God, I feel sorry for you.
I mean, Mark thinks it's the greatest film ever. He thinks like that.
I knew that. Yeah, because he's the main man.
How much can I give that cat to jump on it and just start going at his head with his claws?
I mean, I'd pay for that.
Looks like he's getting ready to do it. Go!
Go, cat.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Yeah.
Go, just launch yourself.
So, yeah, that's just very strange.
Yeah, so did they show you before they released? Did they show you the film before it was released?
Oh, they showed him. All right.
You know, I think we're going to be disappointed there. He strikes me as the bloke, you know, the sort of bloke that doesn't attract pussy.
Hey, now.
So what was the immediate fallout after that when you first saw it?
What was your feelings?
Just remember Patricia Steer calling me, and
Patricia Steer called you.
Oh, Yes, there we go. So let's just stop there, eh? Let's just throw that anchor overboard and whoa, boy, Trisha Sphere, as she's now called.
Yeah.
Back then, once again, a well-known top flat Earth proponent. Yeah. Where is she now again? Yeah. The other person in the movie.
Yeah.
I asked her how the movie was, and she said it was good. You know, I did everything but you at the end or something. And I said, "What do you mean me at the end?" And she goes, "Oh, at the end you say interesting, and you show in your experiment that the Earth
You didn't perform an experiment, you glue sniffer.
Curved." I'm like, "What? Like when did that? What do you mean?
What? Huh? What? What did my dumbass do? Huh? What?"
Part, and she's like, "Oh, you were standing there, and you're looking through and you tell Enrique
you're looking through what? Looking through what? Looking through another sentence fragment.
to stick his light up," and I'm like, and I couldn't even remember that
Stick his light up. Where'd he stick the light at?
moment because it was one of
lots
20,
of times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
And,
right.
So, and I just remember thinking, okay, I got to see this. And when I saw it, I was livid.
You were livid.
Because again, you know what you're going to get from the community.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Were you ever livid?
I have been in the past, but not over the moment. But like, if I was livid, people would know.
Thought they were
not in the past, and like not posthumously to know I was livid. They'd have known in the time if I was livid.
Kiwi, why'd you ask him that?
I know. It felt like the thing to do.
It was very pertinent because once again we're demonstrating that we're using words that we either don't know what they mean, or it means we're being deceptive. If I'm livid, I'm not even livid right now, and you can't shut me up, right? You get me?
Oh, we get you.
Yeah.
Weren't even going to show any of the experiment because it was basically
wasn't an experiment.
Fail.
Okay.
So I didn't even expect that to be in the movie at all.
Right.
But it ended up being kind of a big part of it. At least it showed that I cared enough to go out and test, which I...
Test? There wasn't a test either.
Totally
Hold up.
yeah.
What's going off? Test, experiment.
Yep.
Is he flip? What? Yeah. Why are we changing?
Who
in terms
knows?
of our descriptor? What? Is that an admission that maybe I need to weaken down the term I was doing an experiment?
Ask Brian. He could read minds of people that aren't here live.
Brian, what did he think?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, when you make it look like, because then you have everybody
When you make it look like, and that's another sentence fragment.
saying, "Oh, Jeran, I mean, I think
Another one.
maybe you made a video," or I'm trying to think of who else did. Oh, I think Dave McKeegan made a video basically saying this flat earther keeps proving the globe, or something like that. And I think you've kind of done the same thing. And the interesting thing, I get it. So yeah, I mean, it always kind of upset me, but I also knew there's nothing I could do, and I was honest in what I did, and that's all that mattered to me. So,
right.
I mean,
so pause. Did that make any sense? All I got from that was this one time at band camp.
Yep. Yep, exactly. Yep, that didn't make any sense. There's no point. There hasn't been a point for 17 minutes and 35 seconds yet.
Oh, well, there was a point.
What?
It's just that he didn't outright say it. He's very self-centered, and all he cares about is himself. Me, I.
Is that coming through to you? Really? See, I didn't think about it that way. But yeah, is that what you're getting from it?
Yes, he only cares about what he looked like, how he was. He was honest, and he was actually doing tests, and blah 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 blah. You know, all about him.
I got you now. You got me on it now. It's a different perspective, but yeah, okay, yeah, I see it.
I ran more with the 15-degree thing than interesting.
You did do that. Yes.
I milked that until it was dry.
Milked what? The 15-degree. You milked it.
Ah, well, there you go.
This is a family show. He's milking
idiots.
He's freaking milking cats.
No, this is what we all milked. If it's 15 degrees per hour, proven by a couple of idiots with a knackered Honeywell Bull optical gyroscope being run up and down amount.
Pikes Peak.
Pikes Peak, that's the bad boy. That's Pike. And in doing so, in Whitsitt's mind, validating every time he said, we've got thousands of results. Millions of the buggers. Halfway up Pikes Peak, at the top of Pikes Peak, a little bit down Pikes Peak. That thing was still running. They're the thousands of measurements we've got. Yeah, as these shithouses lied to the community, pimping ether at this point.
Yeah,
but he's probably right. He should have chewed their arse off, because the true flat earthers were having a real problem with this crap that was being pimped now.
How did Bob feel about that one?
Oh, what was Bob's feels? That's what we want to know.
I think he also probably felt misrepresented. I mean, obviously,
you think he probably felt what?
Obviously, everyone's saying like, "Oh, he tried to hide it from." I mean, he knew he was mic'd. Obviously,
yeah, of course you did. Of course you are. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like, oh, you caught him on a hot mic, or you caught him when you didn't think. I mean, you knew he was on the mic. So, no, I think that.
Pause there, Kitty. Oh, and I'm not being like mic drop. This is a conversation I had with Bob, and something that came up at the point, and it was him that brought this up, because I like this. He said, "You do know that I knew I was being recorded at this time." So he's recognizing. So and I'm not a knob, and I don't need to, but I recognize that he started a conversation where he feels he needs to apologize for something, right? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what I recognize. Then it wasn't anything malicious. He knew he'd screwed up there, Bob, right? I knew I was being recorded, honest, right? But he knew he dropped a bollock. Yeah. Because of what he was saying. Yeah. What he was citing as proof, once again, like I said, him with a knackered Honeywell bull optical gyroscope running up and down. Oh, what's the place? Pikes Peak. Yeah, that's the foundation of this crap and Whitsitt's work for the following 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Well, it was always after I did watch it here by myself. I didn't want any influence. I didn't get anyone's opinions off it. And I watched it, and after it was over, when I was so friggin' pissed I was seeing red, I said, you know what? They intentionally sandbagged this. That was my first initial thought. Just to let you know, that's my gut reaction.
To get kind of our opinion of what happened first, because Bob was very sure that he thought that the 15 degrees an hour was showing because he went and did it
sentence fragment
again at a higher altitude or something.
Pause. No. So from my own experience, like I said, I just gave you that bit of testament. That's not my genuine feelings at the time. Genuinely, Bob knew he'd screwed up there. Right? Hence why he says, I knew I was being recorded. No, you didn't. And you were running your mouth off, son. Yeah? That's the reality of what went off there. He's shouting about something he's not substantiable, because all he did was run up and down Pikes Peak with a knackered Honeywell bull optical gyroscope strapped to the back of a truck. Yeah? But back then, there was nothing, but he felt the need to go and announce that this meant something. And this is where you can indict him, because what did he announce? Oh, there is rotation. I've measured rotation. Yeah? That's the concerning thing. But don't worry about it, fundamentally. Do not worry. I don't mean we're on a rotating ball. I mean the rotation I've measured is the ether.
Yeah.
You know that thing that we can't substantiate? It's that's rotating.
And it changed.
Okay. You're so bad at it. Good.
That's just a summary of history from my recollection.
All right.
Your Honor.
Yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't come in when my name was mentioned a few times. Frankly, Flatsy shocked me.
Yeah.
To be honest. So, yeah. Well, that was just shocking. But what's going on here is, as I suspected, a pathetic hug fest where they try and rewrite history and speak about times of yore, right? And do their best to not address where both of them were taken apart, regardless of what side they were on, by us for years.
Yeah.
Not address absolutely nothing. Well, that Nathan and QE, they're all bad over at FED. And anyway, it's all over now, and everything's fine, and the argument is over. No more debate. There was never a debate. You know, blah blah blah. Nothing. Give me another hug. It's like they're hugging each other in a cold cave. That's what it's like. If I had to give, yeah, and they're keeping warm, a shared bodily heat. Blah blah blah. This is pathetic.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry, it's pathetic.
It is. Yeah, you're right. You're on it. Yeah, I particularly was quite attracted with your days of yore. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he just thought that could it be the sky or something from above, the ether, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Ether, whatever you want to call it. You know what I was calling it, ether.
Causing that 15-degree drift. So he was okay with his position on it, and yes, I mean was his take, and he kind of saw the same thing with my end.
When he said he was okay, you mean you went along with it fundamentally and started nodding and supporting that position and never proposed any reasonable opposition?
Yeah, that's
by that.
Yes.
Is that what you mean by he was okay with that?
Yeah, that's what he meant. Yes.
Which was that they didn't actually show the real experiment. And
what real experiment?
Holy shit, Batman! Jeran's pulled out an indictment that running up and down Pikes Peak with a broken Honeywell built optical gyroscope strapped to the back of a truck is not an experiment. Now, this is the man that went to see whether or not at midnight you can see the sun glint off a penguin's flipper in Antarctica.
Sunbathing penguins at midnight. Oh boy, that's never gonna get old.
And then they were supposed to, I didn't tell you, but they were supposed to give me the extra footage. I'd asked for when they said they were going to film it. I said, well, can I get some of the extra footage? Well, after they sold Netflix their documentary, they told me, oh no, we can't now. It's in our contract that we can't give you any of the footage. I'm like, no, I just want the footage that wasn't included in the documentary. Like, we can't give you anything.
Because then you could have published it all. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, it was like kind of upsetting because here's these people lying to me. We had it not necessarily in writing, but in text messages back and forth, them agreeing to do that and then them having to take that back. So yeah, Bob was he was upset at them too for the way that they made it look.
Yeah.
He was kind of saying, oh, we don't want to show this to our audience yet until we are sure about that. So, they're trying to hide things from Flat Earth and
oh, he had OBS disconnected and stuff. Are we getting some bad stuff? Let me go over here. Hold on. Go ahead.
I'll just keep pressing play and keep rolling, and then I'll keep monitoring it. I don't need to make a point. I'll just make sure we're okay.
No, we're okay. We're good. Every once in a while, it'll do that. 1 second.
Once again, I think that's disingenuous to a friend and what I witnessed unfold over that time. To just paint it as Bob, and you just happily nodded along as Bob knows that what this means is, yeah. What are you now? Just a happy patsy to nod along. You're not a part of the team. You're just his lapdog. You're not responsible for the position that Globebusters held when they did run up and down Pikes Peak with a broken Honeywell gyro strapped to the back of a pickup truck, taking thousands of measurements that Whitsid would then use as evidence for ether.
Strapped to the back of a pickup truck.
Thanks, Bob. But he never said anything.
Thanks. Oh, man. Really?
John, I want to ask Adam something.
Yes, sir.
Yes, he's got enough. Yes. Yeah, you can, but I just want to answer for him. Yes, his GoFundMe was successful. He got enough for his sex change operation. Was that your question?
I forget. No, I forget now my question because of you.
He does that, Sasha. He does that a lot. So does Flatsy.
So does Flat C.
Okay.
Oh, I remember now, Adam. What you will do if you did some kind of documentary and you signed a contract and somebody used to you and represent you wrong, you will stay quiet or you will do something.
I've screamed the day I died.
That's perfect timing again. Way to go, Booger.
I love that.
That was my super chat before that.
It was Sasha's super chat.
So Jeran, by Sasha sent one. So Jeran, drama live on YouTube. I predict riot. Should have tried to do it in his accent.
I see these two things honestly now. This is so pathetic that I cannot believe this guy is trying to somehow to put himself that I was wrong, everything that all this video what I made about NASA, that 1000 I know that was wrong.
Oh, shut up. I do want to decorate you though, because it takes anticipation and creativity to ask somebody a question, yet super chat at the same time, knowing that somebody's going to overshout his answer. That was friggin' beautiful.
Yeah. It's a level of productivity that we've only ever seen with Brian.
That's good. That was good. I loved it. Flatsy's there. Wait a second. It's Sausage Super Chat. Adam, let me ask you a serious question. Send a super chat. Nicely done.
Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah, funny you mentioned Mark. I mean, they've sort of really
like haha funny.
Tried to entwine a little story with him and Patricia in the film.
Patricia Sphere? What little story? You talking about like a romantic story? Is that what he's talking about? What he's implying here? I don't know. It sounded like that to me.
And I spoke to Patricia briefly when
Patricia Sphere.
She left the community.
What community? The Globetrot community. Did she leave it or come to it? She was never a flat earther.
We both got cats. We both have a love of cats, so we sort of...
You both had cats. Conspiracy cats.
Sort of bonded over that, but...
You bonded with Patricia Sphere over cats? Oh, boy.
You left this time or the time before?
The last...
This time or the time before? What? Huh?
Last time. The last time.
The last time.
What were the circumstances involving that?
What were the circumstances involving what?
Leaving, do you know?
Her leaving. Now we're off to a completely different topic. Okay. Everyone catch up? All right, here we go. Why?
I didn't.
You didn't catch up? Why did Patricia Sphere leave the flat earth for the second or third time? That's where we're at. When she's not a flat earther and never was.
This most recent time?
Yeah.
Yeah, the most recent one. Let me take a wild friggin' guess. Maybe a Bitcoin scam with the other two buttheads.
It could have been just a consequence of the failed second re-emergence based on some kind of retarded PTSD claim. Crying victim, and those claims fell on deaf ears to resubstantiate yourself. But I don't know.
Yeah, but he doesn't know. At least he gave some.
Part of the bullshit drama of these so-called superior flat earthers.
Yeah.
Look at part of this movement that have any kind of kudos, even though they never ever contributed anything.
Anything.
Yeah. Than some gossip DJ.
Yep.
They were lovely, and I'm sure they were beautiful people.
Yeah, I'm sure.
All of them, but they never contributed anything to this community.
Yep, you got that right. Very well said, Adam. Very well said.
Just the final experiment.
The final experiment? Well, that wasn't an experiment, you douchebag.
It was literally the entire.
The final experiment, the final non-experiment, logical fallacy, friggin' bandwagon, that didn't do anything to her because she was out there.
Trip.
I'm sorry. She was out there on Mark Sargent's show well after the final non-experiment, pseudoscientific, logical fallacy train wreck with Mark Sargent, and she was it didn't affect her at all. In fact, she was welcome back and welcome home to our heroes. That's what she was doing.
She called for she asked us flat earthers why we weren't giving these fucktard disingenuous scroats, no words mine, a ticker tape parade.
Exactly.
Yes. Why weren't we giving them a ticker tape parade? I've just summarised 3 words why we weren't giving them a ticker tape parade.
Yeah.
How weird is that? How disingenuous and nonsensical almost as a response, unless of course you had your own agenda to protect these guys. Yeah.
Yep. You're all over. You're on fire tonight, Adam. You got that. That's exactly right. Exactly right. Good assessment skills.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, well, we got back and she was watching my kind of stuff, and then I guess
she was watching my kind of stuff. What the hell does that mean? What?
Laughing at NASA videos.
Jesus, she was watching my kind of stuff? Really? You actually said that? What the?
I guess what really got her was me filming the SpaceX rocket launch.
Okay.
What? Huh? Does anyone know about this?
I have no idea where this is going. Interesting. What
I didn't even hear what he said. What did he actually say, Adam?
He said,
she
didn't. Well, first he said she left because of the final non-experiment, and then he changed up and said, I think he changed his story to she left because of his footage of a SpaceX launch.
Yeah, gone round the back of the
she
bin,
never joined
secretly. Let's hear it, Brian.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll pull it.
Give us a couple of J's and then 5 on top, so we hear what he claims, and then we can. Because it's tough to deal with nonsensical
tornado.
Bullshit. Hello. Spinny window. Go.
Yeah, I gave it to you. Okay, let's listen to this.
This most recent time?
Yeah.
Just the final experiment.
It was.
So that's just the final experiment. That's the reason why she left Patricia Sphere. And then what happens?
Literally the Antarctica trip.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
that's where the final non-experiment occurred. Yeah. Fucking idiot. And then he switches.
This is where you ask yourself the question as a decent human being and as a gentleman who's just gone through the history of Flat Earth tonight. Do you elucidate the first reason Patricia Sphere left? And I don't want to as a gentleman. All I would say to you, have a look at the first reason. Now, right or wrong, this is a level of wow conspiratoria that you wouldn't believe in, shouldn't be involved in this arena, but it was. It really was. Welcome to the soap opera that is the cutting edge of Flat Earth.
Yep.
I mean, well, we got back and she was watching my kind of stuff, and then I guess what really got her was me filming the SpaceX rocket launch.
There you go. He filmed a SpaceX rocket launch. Now he switched it up to this is the reason.
Where did he do it from that would upset her? From the ladies' toilets?
I have no idea. I don't even know what he's talking about. Does anyone know?
I don't know. This is what I'm saying. What really upset her was me filming a SpaceX launch, you know, a bit like Red's rhetoric. I can see why that pissed me off, mate. What are you on about?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
she needed to leave because he had gone. They all needed to go. Whoever the hell they were nobodies in the arena. They were trying, like what I mean by that is, as Adam said, they never contributed anything. I couldn't think of one argument that any of them put forward that meant anything. I'm talking about the three. Maybe Paul on the plane was okay, but the other two, like your man Robbie and Patricia, I don't know what they ever added.
They didn't. They didn't. No, nothing.
Yeah. And your man Paul on the plane had left several years. Well, he didn't leave, but he just wasn't making content anymore for a few years. It's just a nothing. Who cares? She never joined.
Yeah, but
she
why
couldn't
did
leave because you never really joined.
Yeah, we got that. But why did he switch up the story? Number one, right?
Yeah.
Because first he said it was because of the final experiment, and then changed his tune real quick, talking about his video footage of a SpaceX launch that I have no clue. I'm just saying, why did he switch up? That was very strange. Do you know why? Because he's a dumb fuck. You just contradicted.
Or a liar.
Yeah, or a liar.
That's what I was going to say. He's a liar.
Yeah, no, I'm betting the farm on the former.
Or both. Well, if I'm going to put money down, I'm going for A and B.
You get to split the
liar.
Yeah. Depending on the odds. So no one's heard of this space. Let's get more information on this.
Launch.
Okay.
From down at Vandenberg.
Yeah.
And I'm
Vandenberg.
That's relevant.
188 miles north, and so
So you're 188 miles north. Okay.
Vandenberg.
Vandenberg.
that, and it was one of those things where, of course, flat earthers are going to say,
Of course. Who does he think he is, Brian?
What's going to happen then? You're 188 miles north of Vandenberg, and of course, flat earthers are going to say, you're not 188 miles north of Vandenberg. That's what you just said.
I don't know. I'm going to pull. Let's go back. We need a J on this. Let's get the full, at least half of the full story.
Vandenberg.
Yeah.
And I'm 188 miles north. And so in filming that, and it was one of those things where, of course, flat earthers are going to say a million things about the experiment, or that I'm...
Experiment?
What? I was filming, and what? 1 minute he's filming, now he's doing science.
No, he's filming. He thinks taking footage of a rocket launch is an experiment. It's unbelievable.
No, to be fair,
he was filming.
Brian, can you think of a reason why, if ordinarily you're just filming, but you go to 88 miles north of Vandenberg, that it's not science?
188. Get it right.
Yeah, exactly, because that would make it unscientific.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was filming science, and including a scientific equation.
Scientific equation.
I like that. I was filming science.
Yeah. I'm going with a J. We got to get the full story. It's going to take us like 2 hours to get through this.
Yeah. And I'm
1 point.
88 miles north. And so in filming that, and it was one of those things where, of course, flat earthers are going to say a million things about the experiment, or that I'm...
What about 976,000? What if they stated that?
Then it wouldn't be valid criticism.
Affirming the consequent, or, if I see rocket, then sphere, I see rocket.
Affirming the consequent, if I see rocket, then sphere.
He should come over here on Guy Fawkes night. See loads of rockets. Doesn't prove sphere.
Goodness gracious.
Which isn't the case. The case is that I knew it was launching, and I said, well, let me just go film it, and we'll calculate when...
Oh, pause! He knew...
Yeah.
As in something, as it's a fact. Actually, you knew, yeah? That it was a thing.
No, that could change over time.
Exactly. What if in the future it turned out that it wasn't the rocket taking off, just the earth falling away, Jeran.
It was your sister that had some really bad nachos.
Yeah. Just a real bad case. Too many jalapenos.
Oh my God, that's full another fiber. We'll get through this. I'll help you through this, people.
I knew it was launching, and I said, well, let me just go film it, and we'll calculate when we see it.
Nice.
And so
You're going to calculate when you see it. Nice.
It's not often I have a go at you, but I will not have apologetics for us taking our time after 10 years in this arena of enjoying the complete highlight and pinnacle of retardia, pathetic apologetics, and cuckoldery.
Cuckoldery, I like that. So, let's, before they speak, so he's 188 miles north of Vandenberg, and he knows for a fact that this SpaceX rocket is launching, and he's filming it from 188 miles away?
Yeah, and Patricia Sphere is pissed off about it. Don't forget that, because that's what the point is. This is why they fell out. He went north of Vandenberg.
North of Vandenberg, okay.
Start doing an experiment.
Yeah, we got that part.
He's not happy.
And Patricia is not happy at all about this. All right, let's get to the punchline. I hope it's coming soon.
we filmed it from 188 miles away.
Yeah.
And it was like 1 minute and 5 seconds until it appeared on my horizon.
Horizon? How do you have horizon on a globe-dart?
Ouch. Good for that, isn't it? And until it appeared on my horizon.
Huh.
Jeran.
And therefore, what? Glob?
And I started asking the question
because of his flat Earth proof, therefore globe.
Yeah, I got to pull another J because you interrupted me.
It's because it appeared on this terminology that is only synonymous with a flat plane
Earth,
and is incongruent with a ball, therefore ball.
And the 188 miles, that's a linear measurement.
North of Vandenberg.
Yeah.
Science.
That's science. Vandenberg. So he's north of Vandenberg.
And you cannot launch rockets if surface is flat.
Just out of curiosity, where's Vandenberg?
Yeah, I'm going, right? You knew I was going there.
I thought it was a mythical place like Narnia.
No, I knew it was out in California. I just...
it's at the back of the wardrobe.
Let's go to Vandenberg. It's
Space Force Base.
Yeah, it's Space Force Base. Yeah. I need to go to Google Maps. That's what I need. Yeah. Oh, I should have just said maps.
This is where we should always say, because actually, was it yesterday was Veterans Day?
Yeah.
I'd like to thank Space Force for their service, protecting us from all those aliens that keep invading.
Memorial Day. Memorial Day.
Indeed, man. Thank you for your service, Space Force.
What did he say, Flatsy?
Veterans Day.
Oh, did he? Did I agree with him?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so what's the difference? Because there is a point of ignorance from me.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Why is it a point of comedy then?
Because Veterans Day is in the fall, isn't it? It's in November, and Memorial Day is but it kicks off summer.
What are you memorizing on Memorial Day? Veterans or not?
Dead veterans that gave their life in defense of this country, sir.
Is that Veterans Day or Memorial Day?
That's Memorial Day. Veterans Day is for veterans, like all veterans, live and dead ones. So it wasn't Memorial Day for me because I'm still alive, veteran. Now on Veterans Day, that's our day, my day. Get it?
Okay. Well, I like that because I've always had a problem with like that. We only have like the 11th of the 11th, so we have Memorial Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is one day given to both alive and those that lost their life on the battlefield and those that remain. Yeah, so I was just curious, but isn't it weird that just because you think you're trans, you get a whole month?
Shut up. So, Vandenberg Space Force Base, 188 miles is clear up near. Does he live near San Jose?
It's in California.
Yeah, it's in California. That's why I pulled that. I wanted to let you know.
I had no idea. I'm curious. So he's gone there.
Yeah.
So it's not Antarctica. Why is Patty upset? He's just come back from Antarctica.
We're getting there. Now I'm taking. Oh, let's get. Where was I at? 50 miles. So I'm just a thumb rule. 50, 100. Well, no, I went too far. 50. 100.
Come on, Kiwi. Do you know the way to San Jose?
It's got to be. He's close to San Jose, looking down here to Vandenberg. It's close. I'm in hand grenade range, or ICBM range. So he's this far away from Vandenberg, and it's taken 100 and what did he say? Let's go back here. Oh, not that one.
188.
Yeah, it's 188 miles away. That's where I put it. Right, he's up near, close to San Jose. So let me pull a number, a fiver. Well, 10. Let's go tenor.
That I'm affirming the consequent, or if I see rocket, then sphere, I see rocket, which isn't the case. The case is that I knew it was launching, and I said, well, let me just go film it, and we'll calculate when we see it.
Nice.
And so we filmed it from 188 miles away.
Yeah.
And it was like 1 minute and 5 seconds until it appeared on my horizon.
So 1 minute and 5 seconds.
So if time, then globe. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know. It looks like. What's the terrain? What's the elevation? Oh, I should have went to Google Earth. Then I could have figured it out more precisely.
Well, if we just had the altitude of the rocket, we could work it out with trigonometry.
Yeah, we could, but I'm trying to look at the elevation. There's kind of some high hills. I mean, they're not as high as, obviously, the Sierras, but there's obviously hills and shit.
Oh, yeah, never mind them. They don't ever come into it. All those mitigating factors never come into it.
Like this.
He says it was a minute.
You see, San Luis Obispo. You see these friggin' things right here? You know what?
I'm really concerned about the claim. Hey, you can put mountains in the way, but listen to the retardia that's just being established here, irrespective of your variables. They need to be accounted for. Yeah, listen to the joke of what he's suggesting.
All right.
If San Jose and rocket at Space Camp California is 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Listen to it.
Okay.
And I started asking the question because my wife made up a term, because I asked her, where do you think the rocket is, for a minute? And she's like, Vanish Land? I'm like, yeah, it's probably in Vanish Land.
Vanish Land.
So, I remember brilliant. Patricia called me. She's
Vanish Land. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Was talking about that. She goes, I can't grasp it. How could it take a minute?
You can't grasp that. How can it take a minute to reach your horizon?
For it to appear, where was it?
How can it take a minute? Right, when the rocket takes off 188 miles away from me for me to see it. Well, it depends how slow the rocket's taking off, doesn't it?
And the obstacles in your way?
How long does it take for you to lift the balloon from below the table, my point is, above the table? I don't know. It depends how slowly you lift the balloon, doesn't it?
This is
the question we're being asked.
This is the reason why Patricia Sphere went back to the sphere tart, according to him.
This is the reason why Patricia Sphere.
The second reason why.
Slap him in the head and say, that's not an experiment, Jeran. This is part of your problem. Now, I'm still back to the ball because, I'm basically bankrupt. Essentially. My shit in cryptocurrency and I'm screwed.
Yep.
And I said, yeah. And then she goes, what about angular size? Could that be it? I'm like, no.
What about angular size? What?
Exactly.
What? What about the angular size of what?
I'm like, what about angular size? And she's like, and she says, yeah. And I'm like, no, because why would you expect to see something that's only 3 foot thick from 188 miles away? Of course you should. The only reason you're not seeing it is because of Earth curve. Now, let's calculate how long it takes to see it, and then we'll know how much Earth curve there is.
This is so stupid.
Sorry.
Yeah, good.
Brilliant. This is science.
It's funny that point's being brought up because there was a little rocket launch from, I can't remember how far away, it was in Florida. And I have a video on it. And in this rocket launch, absolutely I do, yes. In the rocket launch, I showed that the angular size of the rocket would be too small to see from that distance. All you're seeing is the afterburn of it, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The whatever came out the back of it. So you can't even determine when you're seeing the rocket because you're not seeing it at all.
Right.
And angular sizes don't exist on a globe, right? So it's not a globe because angular size does exist in reality, so it's not a globe.
Yeah, not for them it doesn't. That's but not exactly, Brian. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, the angular size, you can't appeal to angular size on a globe dart.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Yep.
And what's interesting is these people never give you a measured angle to what they're claiming to be the rocket.
Yep.
Because they know at that point, trigonometry is going to prove it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but most don't know it. They still do it because they're absolutely freaking clueless, like these two ignorant monks.
Yeah, a couple of bozo.
Yeah, bozo. That's exactly right. So this is the reason why Patricia Sphere left Flatty, which he was never one anyway. Interesting.
Because
is it really because Jeran went to San Jose?
Yeah, I'm thinking. That's what he said.
Away from me.
Yeah.
So it's actually getting further. So it can't be getting further and then it appears due to some sort of perspective. So I said, no, I mean.
There is
pause. Right. If you've got a rocket at California Space Camp, where does it go once the rocket goes? Does it go up or does it go to San Jose, increasing in angular size?
Well, it certainly can't go vertically up, that's for sure, because vertical doesn't exist on the globe.
Well, exactly.
That would, vertically up.
It would ruin.
That's problematic big time.
Yeah.
It's like,
if you're 188 miles away at 0 foot elevation, a flat Earth measurement, and then from 188 miles away, you're 5,000 foot, a flat Earth measurement above above sea level.
Yep.
What angular size difference are you going to measure from 188 miles away?
Man,
what's he on about? This is delusional.
He doesn't. They're retarded, Adam.
Now, the reason I said, is it going to San Jose, is because, of course, what we have to do when you're launching rockets is use the rotational speed of your presupposed ball Earth to help mitigate a rocket that can only give a thrust of 4,000 miles an hour to get to 17,000 miles an hour by adding 1,000 miles an hour. We all know that basic ball logic. Yeah. But unfortunately, if you do that and head to San Jose, hoping to check angular size change, you're going north, aren't you, from the map you showed me?
Yeah, they have problems because they have the same issue as they do have with the takeoff of planes.
Yep.
Because the problem is the Earth, especially with a rocket, the Earth is going to have to be rotating underneath the rocket if it's a globe, right? The rocket can't have an angular size of it, and it can't go up vertically. So depending on the direction the rocket was supposed to be going according to the globe, why would the rocket, like the rocket, if it's a globe, can never go vertically up? It would have to go, regardless of how it starts off, it has to end up at some kind of a skewed angle to a tangent up to that globe. And I reckon if he went through the actual maths, it's possible that if it was a globe, he never would have seen it. If we take in the rotation and everything else, he would never have seen it because it might be going off some direction And by the time we even would get to where he could see it, he'd be an attitude with her, and they would be claiming it, that it would be shown to be at. Like, this is all nonsense. So him with a camera looks at something and goes, "It's been a minute, and I can't see it until now." You know, at 188 miles away. I mean, your expectations, Jeran, are out of alignment with reality, buddy.
Expectations. He's a retard. Ready? Rocket Man rolling up the road to San Jose. Rocket Man. What an ass clown these two bozos are. So that's why Patricia Spear left. Absolutely unbelievable.
And it's predicted by the Globe. That's what.
It's predicted by the Globe. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. We need to see this Globe prediction. Can we see it? Because I don't know. I've been hanging around for about 62 years. The Globe has never spoken. Anyone else?
It's not just that. It's not just that. It's if the Globe could speak, I don't think it would be as dumb as Jeran to predict that from 188 miles away, with an object going away from it, you'd be hoping to detect an angular size change increase.
What were those lyrics for Rocket Man?
Rocket Man rolling up the road to San Jose. I know it's gonna take me so long.
Oh boy.
I tried. Yeah, this is stupid. It's just stupid. Okay.
What more stupid is the indictment in a super chat? Flatsy, come on.
Come on, Flatsy.
Say super chat.
Oh,
Super chat.
Thank you. But you just made one mistake. You said
What's
it
that?
when Adam wasn't speaking.
Yeah, well, that's because Adam said something about it before I saw it.
Don't you guys pick on Bugger. He's only young and he's learning.
Jadu, he sent. I thought there was a 3 glass of wine limit for panel members.
Hey,
Is there?
We've been on point for the past 4.5 hours. We've been.
I do need to know, where is my wine? Is it supplied?
Yeah, right. We've been on. Jado, you have to wait until at least one of us is friggin' drunk off our ass. We've been right on point, man.
Number 1, there isn't a 3 glass limit. Number 2, nobody ever specifies the size of a glass. Number 3, that's per panel member, and nobody ever says they can't give their quota to another panel member. Outside of that, this evening, no one's had a chance to drink 3 glasses of wine.
Yeah.
We've not stopped bloody talking, and we're only 21 minutes in after doing over 4 hours.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, you're pissed. Flatsy's pissed. I take that back. Right? Flatsy's had
Where's my
more than 3
wine?
glasses. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Irrespective, right, whether you're intoxicated or not, the nonsense in front of you, the pathetic conjecture that's being presented, it's very telling.
Yeah.
That's why it's worth taking our time. Yeah? Watch them squirm.
Yes, man.
Jado was friends with Jeran, you know that?
I was just going to say that, Brian. You're
No.
Yeah.
Look. I've got, there's no offence ever.
Oh, no, touching a nerve.
No, there is no nerve. That's my point. There's no offence ever taken by me by teasing me because I've had a drink. Most of the time I probably have. Yeah, except if I'm on Nathan's show because it's 2:00 in the afternoon. But irrespective, that's lovely, but it's got nothing to do with the argument. It's just you knowing that you love me and you follow my life patterns. And that's lovely that you follow me like a fan and go, oh, I'm a bit drunk now because I know him. That's lovely, right? And that's great. But as we all know, it's got nothing to do with any argument I present, does it?
All right,
Touching John Doe's nerve.
Don't over egg it. You're fine. We're good. John Doe, man. Come. Maybe he's just trying to be funny.
Maybe they didn't hear you, Brian.
My point is welcome, especially if it earns Mrs. QE $5. So
Yeah.
thank you, John.
You know what? You guys have been doing it. Let me check.
Look at Adam saying Mrs. QE like I do.
Yeah.
Oh, those always catch on for everybody around me. Just saying.
One day, I'm ingratiating her for a reason because I will go over there one day and I'm expecting the best goddamn wingies when I arrive.
The best damn wingies. Now, I'm telling you, guys did a really good job. I think that she will be pleased with this. So, thank you very much. All right. Back to the regular scheduled program. We might go for a little ways more because I'm not too hungry because I had meatballs and watermelon.
We should at least try and get halfway.
I don't think we're going to get halfway. I don't think so. We'll see.
What are we?
We're at 21 minutes.
Not halfway. We're 2/3 of halfway. So we're.
That's it.
You know, now I'm thinking that life is not going to be complete till all the Ballbusters panel meet.
Yeah, I think you're right, Flatsy.
Unfortunately for you, Missy, you've dragged your ass into that.
No, they got to stop putting on deodorant and washing their hair.
It ain't gonna happen unless they just send them like a present, like a welcome present with bars of soap and shampoo, Neil.
Be a bunch of geezers and me.
Hey, now.
I'm just like.
We'll still beat you in a race, though.
I would smoke you, Neil.
You wouldn't have a second to think. I'll be gone.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, he will. He'll put something else there, too.
Put the globe. And then, you always got flat earthers asking you, where's the curve?
Yeah, you got flat earthers asking where the curve is. That's a legitimate question. Shouldn't there be a curve?
No, it's not.
Terrible question.
Shouldn't there be a curve on a sphere tard, though?
Why would any flat earther ask where is the curve?
Well, you could do that. It would be okay still, because on a sphere tard, you would expect curvature. So it's not that.
No,
you don't have to dog them out that bad.
That's not what he said. He said then you've got flat earthers asking where is the curvature.
Oh, I see okay, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty stupid. Jared. Yep, that's pretty stupid.
Show us the curve.
2020.
Like, well, what will you accept?
Black Swan,
2020.
Because this is pretty good evidence that, I'm not seeing that.
What? This is pretty good. Is he saying that his pretty good evidence for curvature was his fucking rocket launch? Really?
What happened there?
Wait a second. Did I miss something? John Doe, did you interrupt us? We're going.
No, that's his evidence. Yeah.
No way. We're going back.
Hold up. Did we just get T-jumped?
Yes, I just thought of that. I was right on the tip of my tongue. Just getting ready to say it. You son of a wonderful woman.
What went off?
My wife made up a term because I asked her, where do you think the rocket is for a minute? And she's like, Vanish Land? I'm like,
well, if it was up your ass kicking footballs, you knew where it was.
Yeah, it's probably in Vanish Land. So, I remember brilliant. Patricia called me and she was talking about that. And she goes, I can't grasp it. How could it take a minute for it to appear? Where was it? And I said, yeah. And then she goes, what about angular size? Could that be it? I'm like, no, because the rocket's actually going away from me.
Yeah.
So it's actually getting further. So it can't be getting further and then it appears due to some sort of perspective.
Pause.
No, shut up.
And it's predicted by the globe. That's what the globe. And then, you always got flat earthers.
That's what the globe. That was another sentence fragment.
It's asking you, where's the curve? Show us the curve. I'm like, well, what will you accept? Because this is pretty good evidence that, I'm not.
Yes, he did this rocket.
Oh.
So
that's evidence.
The rocket was going away from him.
That's it. That's his evidence for he is a globetard, right? He's a full-on globetard. His evidence for the curvature of the Earth is a spaceship rocket launch. I shit you not, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. You're a fucking dickless. You dumbass cracker. You freaking absolute retard. My God, sir. Thanks.
I think both me and Adam were hitting on the same thing. That the rocket was going away from him. That means it was.
But you're gonna try to reason through this? Really?
Yeah. There's no reasoning this.
But me and Adam go straight to Adam and me. We start hitting on the same things about going straight to. Hang on now a minute. So it wasn't a vertical launch then.
Oh boy! Just let it lie. Don't please don't.
It's my right. I know you have your type of spidey sensors, and I have my. There's so many things I want to take apart here by the nonsensical, contradictory indictments that he's made in this, as he lies to people. And we could spend another 10. Brian, you're right, mate. We could. See, the reason as shit goes higher and further away from you in the direction, you can see it. Yeah? Because that's what he's saying. And the reason you can see it is because even though it was closer, it was hidden by Earth curve. As it gets really, really high and really much further away, you can see this thing that's as wide as your Datsun fucking Cherry in the drive. What? You glue sniffer, you liar, you deceiver, you cheat. We could go through every bit of it, but
no, I'm not.
That's the nonsense.
Yeah, I'm not.
It is. It's nonsense. Like we could take that up. We could actually look at his actual video.
My cat can take that apart.
We could absolutely annihilate it.
My cat can do it.
Right? Yeah, I know that. It's just, it is the irony. Like, I heard a lot of people giving out about Jeran, that he is now promoting some rocket thing, yet him attacking rockets and NASA and all that for years was his go-to.
Yeah, that's ironic.
It's a ranty. It's ranty all over again. It's like,
thank the Lord, Booger. Thank you.
I knew it was a great time. Liz, the Iron Maiden, sent, "Hi, Adam from Spartanburg, South Carolina."
Damn, you got a fan.
Damn.
Wow.
You got a fan.
Liz,
I was going to say the same thing.
Liz is a fair maiden of Scotland. I don't know why Spartan, unless she's over there seeing the Iron Realm guys. Yeah, Carolina.
She's
so
near.
that'd be...
She's near Charlottesville.
God damn, that's a magical place. Either way, hi Liz. Good to hear from you, girl.
Hey, thanks for the super chat, Liz.
Yeah, and thanks for keeping Mrs. QE happy.
And thanks for stopping Brian right dead in his tracks.
Hold on, but Jeran Scampanella started out with NASA and ended up with NASA. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Before you go on, there's a point of me spewing a lot of history tonight, and Liz is part of that history. Be interesting, Liz. Make sure the guys listen to tonight and see if anybody's got a issue with my recollection of history. It'll be very interesting. It's not to cause any beef, but because I'm happy to be corrected. But this is the way I see things. And there's probably I don't think you're far off. Thank you for your support.
And if she's just showed up, then I'm sure she's got an extra 5 hours to listen to this.
She'll have listened because, like, she's old school. Yeah.
All right. Cool. We can thanks. Appreciate it.
I'm not seeing that rocket till
Spartanburg.
10,000 feet
Jesus.
in the sky.
Oh, Spartanburg. What a name. Spartanburg.
It is a good name. I like
I'm off to research that. I'll be back.
And Dave Weiss came out with a video saying that it was
Now we're on to Dave Weiss.
20,000 foot clouds that condensed down to as big as the horizon. And I'm
What? How do you have a horizon on a globetard, Jeran? Hanoi. Welcome to Flat Earth, dumb fuck.
like, Dave, we can see Canagoo from 1,000 feet height.
Great rebuttal. Idiot.
188 miles away, and we can see a 9,000-foot mountain. So I'm like, so why isn't it behind 20,000
Why isn't it behind 20,000 feet of condensed clouds?
foot clouds? And what happens on cloudless days?
Hold up. I'll pause.
Oh, God.
Why can't I see a 50-foot rocket from 188 miles away, but I can see a 10,000-foot mile-high mountain from 188 miles? I don't know, Jeran. Why can you see something from a that's 10,000 feet from 188 miles away, and you can't see something that's only 50 foot? I don't know, Jeran. What do you think the answer is? Do you think it's Earth curve? That is the reason?
Yeah, duh.
You retard.
That's why Patricia's sphere left. She went back to the sphere.
Yeah, his mechanical thing was always with the sun behind Canico at that particular times of the year where the sun is setting behind Canico, appearing to set behind Canico. That's when you can see Canico, right? And that's valid. The rocket thing, if the rocket's also flying away from him, then by the time it gets to 1 minute and 5 seconds into that launch, that means the rocket is taking an arc, which they tend to do. And that means the rocket could be way further than 188 miles away. And it's going to be a lot higher than 9,000 feet.
Adam, I'm going to kick your ass.
Adam and me are correct. This needs to be highlighted.
We're setting the table for Brian. You did that. You did that purposely, intentionally.
No, but it's reasonable. Look, when we look at stuff, and we as guys don't ever cite Mount Canago twice a year, even though it's 10,000 foot high, when you can see the sun behind it and see it as a flat Earth proof, right? But it's therefore not also reasonable to say, well, because from the same distance, I can't see something that's 50 foot high. At any point of the year, it must still be a ball. Yeah, is the logic we're at?
Yeah,
this is the retardia, mate. This is nonsense. This is sleight of hand at best. What's happening here? Yeah,
sleight of brains. I mean, they're good. Look at their goobers.
Clouds only come on rocket launch days, and so I think that's really what got her. And then
That's really what got her. Not the final experiment that you first said, but this is really what got her.
Well, I just thought.
Well, you know what's funny?
You first, Brian.
I was just going to say that he's bringing up David Weiss, and David Weiss said there was a lot of cloud over. So basically, David Weiss didn't, from what Jeran is saying, didn't put really any effort into taking apart his complete nonsense flow.
We're talking about David Weiss.
He's talking about David.
He can even barely pick his own boogers.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is he doesn't have a glow proof, and the non-glow proof that he has, David Weiss is not putting any effort into the problem. It's a cloud in a way, which might be true enough. But the point is that, like, what a nothing story. I have this thing that I'm calling a proof, and this other guy is saying something that doesn't debunk the thing that I don't have as a proof. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
I'll tell you what you're going to hear now. You need to head back to your days of yore.
We're counting the tail.
Yeah, just basically called me and said that, I'm not getting good answers from people. I'm not getting good answers.
I'm not getting good answers from people. Where would answers come from otherwise?
From Mark. I guess she tried to show Mark my rocket launch, and he's
your rocket launch. This was Jeran's rocket launch.
Said, what does Jeran think SpaceX is real now?
Oh, did Jeran think SpaceX is real now?
She goes, well, that's besides the point. Just why is this? And he wouldn't answer on.
Why is it that we didn't get the full question? Just a sentence fragment. Shocking surprise.
That. So so she just decided that it was no longer something that she could be behind.
Yeah. She could be behind. What could she be behind now?
It's a family show.
I think that's the same thing with Paul on the Plains.
You knew right.
I know what's in front.
Same thing with Robbie.
Yeah.
Is that
Oh, now we're on to Robbie. Sorry. I'm going to have to go back.
So
I'm confused here a bit. Just pause, because flat is a flip-flopper, like Jeran. So is this the point that before...
No, did you say
Patty,
Flatty's a flip-flopper?
Patty.
Patty Sphere is a flip-flopper, okay?
Yeah. She's a flip-flopper, and so is Jeran. So this must be the point that she's suggesting a ticker-tape parade for Jeran, but then critiquing him, saying, I can't go... I'm lost as to what this is, as to why we're critiquing Patty as going against him.
I don't know.
You got me. This is totally getting
weird. Yeah, we're getting T-jumped. It's getting weird. Yeah, there's no point. It's like I told you, it's directionless drivel. Going to Nowheresville into Vanishland. That's what we're evaluating. And you keep stopping me?
No, I am not letting this go. You must have a point somewhere.
Decided that it was no longer something that she could be behind.
Yeah. I know what else she could be behind. Shut up, Flatsy.
So, and I think that's the same thing with Paul on the plane, same thing with Robbie.
Yeah. The same thing with Paul on the plane and Robbie. Same thing. What same thing?
Is that in order for the Earth to be flat, the south needs to be a lie.
In order for the Earth to be flat, the South needs to be alive.
That's what I heard.
That's why South is dead.
What the smedge?
Hey, tornado.
That's the same thing with Paul on the plane.
The South is alive, baby.
That's well, we're gonna that's what it's been purported. But we're gonna have to see hear what he says. Here we go.
He said a lie.
Let's put CC on.
Oh, a lie.
Hold on. Let's make sure.
In order for the Earth to be flat, the South needs to be a lie. Because
he did that. You're lucky bastard, you. The South needs...
I already knew.
Shut up. The South needs to be... The South is a lie. Especially in Alabama.
No. The South is alive, baby.
East, West, and North are truth. South is a lie.
You can't have South on a globetard, you daft cow. Not you, Flatsy.
That's only the opposite of North. Huh?
That's dead.
As far as I know.
Yeah, as far as you know.
Yeah, which is a flat Earth direction.
Yeah.
So it's not. So, you see, this is the projection. Put those words back up. It's
you want
the exact opposite. In order for the South to exist, as a direction and a place where land could exist as a opposite direction to North, then the ball has to be false.
Yep.
And it's the complete contrary to what he's just said.
Yep.
In terms of logic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah? Yes. Yep. So why does the South need to be a lie? Let's see where it goes. It's going to be glue sniffing time.
1 sec.
Oh God.
For South to exist, the Earth must not be a globe.
Yeah, that's what we said.
Because otherwise it can't be the opposite of the North, or else it's not flat.
What? What? Huh? What?
That's stupid.
All right, follow this again.
He just contradicted himself. He made my point, which is it has to be flat for there to be a South where land is opposite to the North where there's land. Can't be commensurate on a ball because it's not opposite, is it?
Nope.
So But then he said that's why flat earthers will reject that. What is he getting confused? He's a bit like one of these people that were a Christian, became a Muslim, and now don't know what the shit they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
days just to hear I
can tell you where it is. It's in Stupidville.
So yeah, so she just decided that it was no longer something that she could be behind.
Yeah,
I know what she could be behind.
So and I think that's the same thing with Paul on the plane. Same thing with Robbie.
Yeah,
is that in order for the Earth to be flat,
you got that down? Everyone's writing that down.
The South needs to be a lie.
So the South needs to be a lie.
Because
yes.
Here comes the punchline.
Otherwise,
pause there.
Pause. Don't play it ever.
Booger!
Just let me go to YouTube.
But that's the first point. Oh boy.
He was about to cry. Hold on. There is no super chat.
Doesn't matter. Say it often.
I like what DD sent, Divergent Droid. He said, I'm with Kim. The South is alive and well. Look out, Yanks. The South is going to rise again. LOL.
There it is. All right, Adam, the floor is yours. Oh, by the way, you got 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes left. This is the last one. Now, just hold on. I'm going to take it back like 30 seconds when we start on Ballbusters this weekend.
Yeah, just finish this sentence of contradiction.
Because...
yeah, let me finish it because otherwise it can't be
opposite of the North, or else it's not flat, right?
Yeah.
So the South can't be opposite the North, otherwise it's not flat. You got it, Jeran. Well done.
Welcome to Flat Earth, dumbass.
But if you have flat surface, it doesn't matter where is south.
Oh boy.
So I think that that's kind of the big thing. I think for all of us is.
That's kind of the big thing for all of us. You like that big thing, don't you?
That once you realize, and they'd all call me.
Sentence fragment.
And ask me questions about it.
Questions about what? The big thing?
And then we kind of all determined, that
it was a minuscule thing.
How could you go down to say Punta?
Down. There is no down on a globetard. There's only in and out.
Venus and the sun do exactly what the sphere calls for.
What does the sphere call for? Let's hear it. Oh, sphere! What do you call for?
Water to curve.
Oh boy. Listen, we're stopping it right here. So
I'll do it.
Let me go. I'm going to go back. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to go back. I want Nathan to hear this if he's not listening.
We've got to start with why Patricia Sphere fell out with Jeran, because I'm still not clear. It appears something to do with San Jose perspective, and I don't know, but there is something there. We should probably listen again later when I've not had 3 glasses of wine, and figure it out. But he must have a point, the old man.
No. There hasn't been a point the whole night. Why now? There must be a point.
Because I'm an optimist.
No, we're talking about Jeran here, Adam.
This is the point that there will not be a point.
Exactly.
I won't let Jeran's behaviour drag my hope for humanity down.
Yes, you will. All right, I saved it. That's being saved right now, so we'll go back. I'm golden. Okay. Now we gotta do. Hold on.
Don't do nothing. It's time for bugger.
Really? You're not talking.
It's not me.
Super chat.
Thank the Lord, bugger.
Oh, it's Retro Bill. He sent hard to finish your sentences with a mouthful of sausage. Always good, Retro Bill. You always have good ones.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Good to see you again, Retro Bill. Yeah, thank you very much.
Jeran or Patricia?
Shut up.
There are points where you turn to me now, Q, and say, Adam, round out. I'd like to leave it there. Retro Bill, there's not a better.
There's not a better one?
No. Press play.
I'll see you guys Saturday on BALLBUSTERS. Hope you enjoyed this. Like I said, make sure you get a hardcover book. Sit down, read a few pages, and you guys will be okay. Huey, out.
Step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Earth so flat, plain, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Jeran said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. With this line, Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. Go home.